Hello. Good morning for at least those who are joining from the Eastern Standard Time Zone. I want to say a very big welcome to everyone who is present here today. I just want to share a bit of housekeeping before our session starts this morning. I would like to first let everyone know that the session will be available with simultaneous interpretation. So if you are in the room and you need interpretive services, we have some headsets at the very back of the room, and just make sure you connect your headphones into the actual into the smaller, almost disc-like device. And the first channel on the headset is for English, and then the second channel is for French. And then I also want to let everyone know that we will be recording today's session, just so that you are aware. And lastly, to get today's session started, we just have a couple of questions that we would like to ask our attendees, both in person and online, to get a sense of where you're at in terms of understanding and knowledge and joining today's session. So we'll be using Mentimeter to gather some responses from the audience, which will come up on the screen shortly. So if you can just use your devices and go to menti.com, the link to join the website is 2104-5340. If you can just use your device and go to menti.com, and the code is 2104-5340. The first question we have on here is just asking what sector you're working in, just so we have an idea of the different backgrounds to which people are joining today's session. A lot of government, nonprofit, sustainable development, adaptation, a lot of environment NGOs as well. So it's really great to see everyone coming from different backgrounds into today's session. So we'll just give a couple more seconds for people to share their responses. And I think we can move on to the next question, which is asking, what is your experience, what network is your organization a part of? Are you a part of the federal government, the FSPC group, C4D, or other organizations, or maybe you're coming based on personal interest? We just want to get a sense of how people are joining today's session. We're seeing there's a lot of mix between people from the government and also people from other other institutions, people from organizations with other affiliations as well. I think we can move on to the next question. So we want to understand, what is your experience with nature-based solutions, which is the acronym NBS? What is your experience with NBS for adaptation? Is it new to you? Is it something that you are familiar with? Maybe it's a topic that you have researched, or maybe you've just participated in projects related to the topic. So just want to understand people's knowledge background entering today's session. And we can move on to the final question that we have, which is, what is your experience with adaptation initiatives that enhance biodiversity and ecosystem health? What's your experience with adaptation initiatives that enhance biodiversity and ecosystem health? Is it also new to you? Is it something that you're familiar with, but maybe no direct experience? Is it a topic that you have researched on, or a topic that you have participated in as part of a project? I see a lot of people, at least joining right now, sit on the caveat of having done some level of participation in terms of a project as it pertains to adaptation initiatives that enhance biodiversity and ecosystem health. So we're really excited to have people from diverse backgrounds, diverse knowledge experiences join today's session, and we are really hopeful that the presentations and discussions today will be insightful. And I'm going to end it off here on the Mentimeter, but just so that we can officially kickstart today's session, I would like to welcome Kiersten, who is the Director of Public Engagement and Resource Mobilization here at AKFC, to please give us some introductory and welcoming remarks. So please help me to give a warm round of applause to Kiersten.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the delegation of the Ismaili Imamate and the home of the Aga Khan Foundation offices. We gather here on the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose unceded ancestral lands are our hosts today. We are grateful for the stewardship and courage of elders and traditional knowledge keepers, past, present, and future. We make this acknowledgement to reaffirm our commitment to strengthening relationships, improving our own understanding of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples and cultures across Canada or Turtle Island, critically examining our privilege, and moving forward in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. We recognize that since time immemorial, the Algonquin peoples have been coming together at this place where the three rivers meet, in a spirit of exchange, yes, of goods and services, but also of relations and ideas. And so we here seek to continue that tradition of sharing and exchanging ideas and building relationships. We are glad to welcome you here today in that spirit. One of the programs that we have here at the Foundation is our Learning and Dialogue Initiative, and its purpose is exactly what it sounds like. We want to bring people together of diverse backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences to discuss things, to learn, to grow, to have an exchange of ideas. And particularly today, we are gathering for a series with two very wonderful partners, Global Affairs Canada, who has been with the Foundation since day one, and a newer partner who shares our values, the International Institute for Sustainable Development. So this series, while part of our Learning and Dialogue Initiative, is part of a sub-series called Climate Change, Resilience, and Adaptation. This series aims to bring together practitioners, advocates, and others who share an interest in exploring and discussing how we may use the climate crisis as a catalyst for great leaps in addressing the complex challenges involved in confronting climate change in a manner that advances sustainable development, well-being, and resilient livelihoods for all. Acknowledging our partners at Global Affairs Canada, we are delighted to have them here today, and they will be presenting this morning, as well as convening the Nature-Based Solutions and Biodiversity Community of Practice this afternoon. We're pleased to work with both of our partners to support this opportunity for capacity building among Canadian CSOs and international participants, welcome to our international friends, on the topic of biodiversity and nature-based climate solutions. Now, this is not the first time these three partners have come together, and today's session builds on our earlier discussions of nature-based climate solutions in 2022, when we came together to host a session called Advancing Gender-Responsive Nature-Based Climate Solutions. We are big fans of long titles here, as you'll soon learn. That focused on advancing gender equality through rights-based, inclusive approaches to nature-based climate solutions for climate adaptation. And today we're focusing on another critical aspect of NBCs. Globally, biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation are eroding the capacity of nature to provide essential ecosystem services that could help people adapt to climate change. Yet, biodiversity-positive initiatives that conserve, restore, and sustainably use biodiversity and ecosystems to respond to adverse effects of climate change, including helping to strengthen resilience and open opportunities for sustainable livelihoods for impacted communities. These have the potential to address both biodiversity and climate-related challenges. We welcome the opportunity to join you all in learning from the experiences of organizations advancing nature-based solutions for climate initiatives and explore what is required to undertake these initiatives through an inclusive, rights-based, and biodiversity approach. So, joining us from our partner organizations today are two very incredible individuals, and I'm going to read you their bios, and then they will come up on the stage and start us off for this exchange of ideas. From our good partners at Global Affairs Canada, we will be welcoming Kerry Max. Kerry is the Senior Advisor of Climate Finance Partnerships at Global Affairs Canada. He has over 30 years of experience in international development research, practice, policy, and programming. That includes climate action, private sector development, trade, investment, development finance, and project management. He currently focuses on promoting gender-responsive climate action, partnerships, and mobilizing private sector investment to support climate change mitigation and adaptation. He works out of the Global Affairs Canada's Partnerships for Development Innovation branch to advise on these partnerships under the Partnering for Climate initiative. His previous work includes support for climate finance policy and governance, and the Innovative Climate and Finance Bureau, which promotes sharing evidence-based policy advice related to innovative blended finance and gender lens investing in the International Assistance Research and Knowledge Division in Policy Branch. So prior to these roles, Kerry led a team of private sector development, finance, natural resources, and energy and mining specialists supporting Canada's sustainable economic growth programming, and also spent 4 years as Canada's head of aid to Nicaragua and Costa Rica. So, friends, soon we shall welcome Kerry Max to the stage. Joining him will be Dr. Veronica Lowe, who is the Senior Policy Advisor at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. Veronica is a senior policy advisor with their Resilience program. Her work focuses on climate change, adaptation, specifically in advancing nature-based climate solutions through capacity building initiatives. With many years of experience in biodiversity conservation and international climate change policy, Veronica has had roles with Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society and the Convention on Biological Diversity. She has also worked as a consultant with various United Nations agencies. Most of her work is focused on research and policy analysis on ecosystem-based adaptation and supporting partnerships to enhance synergistic implementation of the Rio Conventions. As an academic, she has worked across disciplines and ecosystems, from experimental coastal field ecology to participatory approaches for protected areas management. So we are delighted to welcome such esteemed colleagues to engage in dialogue with us and with all of you. So without further ado, our friend Kerry Max from Global Affairs Canada. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you, Kiersten. And before I start, thank you very much to AKFC and IISD for the generous offer of these facilities and putting together an event that we hope you will very much enjoy. My job right now is to try to contextualize the nature-based solutions for climate and biodiversity work in the overall story of Canada's climate and biodiversity finance commitments. So I'm going to just give you a little bit of history. Starting in Montreal last year during COP15, Prime Minister Trudeau announced that Canada would provide a new contribution of $350 million to support developing countries in advancing conservation efforts. And this funding will support the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and is in addition to the already more than $1 billion that Canada announced and pledged to support climate action projects that help address biodiversity loss in developing countries. Now, to be specific, the $1 billion figure reflects Canada's commitment to allocate 20% of the $5.3 billion that it committed in climate finance from 2021 to 2026 to fund projects that either leverage nature-based solutions for climate change and or contribute biodiversity co-benefits. So of the $5.3 billion, which represented a doubling of Canada's previous climate finance commitment, a minimum of 40% of funding, that's over $2 billion, will support climate adaptation projects. Un minimum de 20% du financement, comme je viens de mentionner, sera consacré à des projets favorables à la nature et au moins 80% des projets climatiques intégreront l'égalité des genres conformément avec la politique d'aide internationale féministe du Canada. Dans le cadre de ce financement, comme la plupart d'entre vous le savent déjà, le Canada a engagé 315 millions de dollars pour le partenariat pour le climat, afin de financer des projets de la société civile, des peuples autochtones et d'autres organisations au Canada qui soutiendront l'adaptation au changement climatique en Afrique subsaharienne et dans d'autres parties du monde. Ceux et celles d'entre vous qui sont dans la salle peuvent avoir un aperçu des 5 projets qu'on a déjà approuvés et annoncés du partenariat pour le climat. Ce n'est pas tous les projets, mais ce sont les 5 qui sont déjà annoncés publiquement, en regardant les affiches qui seront disponibles dans la salle sur les tables. Et ces projets sont gérés en ordre alphabétique par Alinéa, Interpares et SUCO, Mission Inclusion, Plan International et Socodevi. You will also see posters for 2 other projects that are part of the Partnering for Climate portfolio, one with the Farm Radio International and the other with the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. And we have the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative with IISD to provide knowledge sharing and capacity building support and to host the dedicated website for the community of practice. Finally, beyond project funding, Canada is also dedicating significant internal resources for outreach and engagement, including policy advocacy, to support our climate and biodiversity finance commitments and developing countries' nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plans. And this includes dialogue both within Global Affairs Canada and across bilateral and multilateral donors to advocate for better integration of gender-inclusive climate change and biodiversity considerations in foreign policy, trade, and international assistance programs and policies. Nos activités de sensibilisation et d'engagement comprennent également des initiatives telles que la communauté de pratique de solutions fondées sur la nature pour le climat et la biodiversité, qui soutient le partage des connaissances et le renforcement des capacités entre diverses organisations pour la mise en œuvre des solutions fondées sur la nature. Ce qui nous amène bien sûr à l'événement principal d'aujourd'hui. Et sur ça, je cède la parole à Veronica, qui est là.
Thank you very much for providing that great welcome, Kiersten, and Kerry as well for your remarks and setting the context up. And now I would also like to provide a bit of context for the series of events that we have today and the series of presentations that are following, because we have in the title of this event, Advancing Biodiversity-Positive Nature-Based Solutions. But what do we mean by biodiversity-positive, and what do we mean by biodiversity co-benefits? So I'm taking some highlights from a technical brief that IISD recently developed under the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative that Kerry just described. The objective of the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative is to enhance knowledge and capacity of CSOs and practitioners to design and deliver NBS for adaptation that are focused on biodiversity co-benefits, gender equality, and social inclusion. So to help frame the following presentations, let's take a deep dive into some of the terminology behind biodiversity, ecosystems, ecosystem functions, and ecosystem services, because we find that even within the conservation community and adaptation and environment sector, we're often confounding these different terms. So let's explore some of these terms and what we're doing is looking at globally agreed definitions, such as agreed on by the parties to the Convention of Biological Diversity or by the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. So let's start with biodiversity. Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. I just wanted to also highlight briefly some of the offerings that we have under the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiatives, including an e-learning course that's freely available online. It's self-paced, and we developed that with our partners IUCN and GIZ. We also have a resource library with guidance notes and case studies, including the technical brief that I mentioned, and networking and learning events such as this one. So going into the key terms and concepts, biodiversity is the variability among living organisms and the ecological complexes of which they are part, and that includes diversity within species, so that's genetic diversity, between species, and between ecosystems as well. And on the other hand, an ecosystem is a dynamic system of plant, animal, and microorganism communities, or living things, and the non-living components of their environment, such as water and mineral soil, all interacting as a functional unit. So you can see that ecosystems, by virtue of containing living things, contain biodiversity, but the diversity of ecosystems is also a measure of biodiversity. So what's important to remember is that there's increasing evidence that the higher that biodiversity underpins and supports ecosystem functioning, and this is in turn what enables the delivery of the services and benefits to people that we enjoy, such as climate regulation, nutrient cycling, clean air and water, and so on and so forth. And an easy way to sort of visualize this is by borrowing from the ecosystem services cascade model, which was developed about a decade ago, and has since proved very useful and has been modified and adapted, and is still being discussed to this day. But what I'm showing you is a recent adaptation showing green infrastructure as an example to illustrate this cascade. So if you take the example of street trees providing biodiversity, attracting insects, microbial communities, birds, and so on, that creates your biodiversity, but that's what enables ecosystem functioning, such as shading and such as evapotranspiration. And what that does is that cools the air temperature, lowers the air temperature, and provides local climate regulation, and that's a service that we enjoy. And the benefit is that we as people improve our mental health and physical health, and in turn, we can gain social or monetary values, such as a reduction of emergency hospital visits, and from the reduction in the urban heat island effect. Sorry, and that might translate to decreased health spending. So that's just an example of how you can see that ecosystem services depend on biodiversity and depend on ecosystem functioning. So what that does is it brings us to our definition of nature positive or biodiversity co-benefits from MBS implementation, which are the net gains in biodiversity and ecosystem functioning and services. So let's just not forget to leave the functioning and services out of the equation. But it's also important to remember that there are different ways to conceptualize biodiversity and the relationship between nature and people, and improving on enhancing the sort of ecosystem services framework is the nature's benefits to people framework developed by IPBES, which places more emphasis on the cultural dimensions of ecosystems, such as diverse worldviews and values. And also important to acknowledge that this is, of course, a subject of ongoing debate among the scientific community and others as well. What I'd like to do now is just to turn our attention to some existing biodiversity criteria and standards, and our colleague Nicholas Macfarlane from IUCN will describe this later, but there is, some of you may be familiar with the IUCN global standard for nature-based solutions, and within that standard there's a criterion on net biodiversity gain. There's also the Society for Ecological Restoration, which provides principles for restoration practice, including a principle for seeking the highest level of recovery possible. And more recently, in 2018, the parties to the CBD, oh, I'm sorry, I also jumped ahead there. And just to note some gaps and challenges is that we also know that biodiversity is eroding faster than at any rate, faster than any point in human history, according to a recent review of biodiversity ecosystem services by IPBES. And scientists got together and reviewed more than 100 NBS projects recently, and they demonstrated that where the gaps are that the NBS projects with successful adaptation and nature outcomes predominantly involved restoration, which is great, but they were primarily located in terrestrial areas, and they often lacked indicators for ecosystem functioning. So what we see is that there's a broad variety of indicators that are needed to provide a comprehensive assessment of biodiversity and ecosystem health. And the indicators that were most often used to measure the biodiversity benefits of NBS were things like area coverage of restoration or area coverage of restoration, number of hectares restored, et cetera. And what we're really needing is a comprehensive suite of indicators that also cover ecosystem functioning and services as well. So I jumped ahead and talked a little bit about the standards that are available. And what I wanted to highlight was that the parties to CBD adopted the voluntary guidelines for implementing ecosystem-based adaptation, which is the same as nature-based solutions for adaptation. And in this technical brief that we've developed, what we're doing is taking the implementation cycle, but adding a biodiversity lens to each step of it. From understanding the system, to assembling a multidisciplinary team with local experts to conduct consultations and analyses to identify key biodiversity ecosystems and ecosystem services, to step B, assessing vulnerabilities and risks, assessing how these risks particularly affect biodiversity and ecosystems, and then to step C, identifying potential NBS options, which are basically screening for the NBS options that have the most likelihood of providing these biodiversity co-benefits, such as starting with conservation or restoration of key ecosystems that provide these essential adaptation functions. Step D, in developing criteria for appraising options, making sure that you appraise the full range of environmental co-benefits from NBS implementation over the appropriate timelines. And an implementation to determine further details of the biodiversity and ecosystem attributes of the particular project that is being implemented, and to put in place mechanisms to mitigate risks to ecosystems and biodiversity. So I won't have time, given that we have great case study presentations coming up, to go through every step of the cycle. But maybe what we'll do is we'll focus on monitoring, evaluation, and learning, where we develop a comprehensive MEL framework and implement the plan with targets and indicators of biodiversity, health, and functioning. But what are those indicators? So what we've heard is that there's a gap in the variety of different indicators that are being used. So what you might want to consider are an array of indicators for different project stages that cover ecosystem structure, such as canopy cover, vegetation density. That's what we've heard is already being measured in many projects. But what we need are more indicators that also cover diversity, composition, functioning, and particularly connectivity and fragmentation of the land or seascape. And we also need to look at the conservation status of key biodiversity and ecosystems. And that's a metric that our IUCN colleagues will discuss shortly as well. And other considerations, of course, include consultations and considerations of traditional knowledge and diverse knowledge systems, because we know that they will help us to enhance our understanding of biodiversity, but also integrate local values into our projects, and to ensure the relevance of the project and that benefits translate to what's needed at the local community level. It's also necessary to allocate the resources, required skills, capacities to effectively measure a suite of different biodiversity co-benefits over sufficient timeframes. And in order to do that, you might need to leverage some low-cost tools, including from global data sets, photo monitoring, citizen science. And in our technical brief, we highlight in an appendix a variety of different tools that are available and freely available for use. So what I invite you to do is, if you're interested, you can visit our website, where, as I mentioned, we have a variety of different resources, guidance documents, policy briefs, case studies. Some of these have been developed from IISD, and others from the wider community of practice of other organizations that are working in this space as well. So with that, what I'd like to do is just close and start the second segment of this morning, where we'll get into different case study presentations. And I hope that was a helpful framing. What I'll do is begin with a brief introduction to our case study speakers, and as they come up, then what I'll do is I'll provide their biographies for you, so you know who they are, and where they come from, and what their experience is. First, we're hearing from Anita Miya from AKAH Foundation, and we'll take a short health break after she presents. And after the break, we'll hear from Nicholas Macfarlane at IUCN, and from Anil Gupta from Global Affairs Canada, presenting together with Paul Stewart from Technoserve. And this morning, we also confirmed another presentation. Janet Sumner, from the Executive Director of Wildlands League in Ontario, has kindly agreed to make a presentation as well. So let's turn to Anita Miya. She's joining us online. Anita is the head of knowledge management and partnerships at AKAH Agency for Habitat India. She carries more than 31 years of experience in social development with a strong passion for community-led development. Her areas of interest include program and strategic planning, organizational development, and community and stakeholder participation. She's presented many papers in national and international seminars, such as at UN Habitat and the Global Health Conference. And she's also co-authored assessments and feasibilities of housing policies for slum dwellers. She's been awarded one of the top 100 most influential leaders at a CSR Congress in 2019. So I'll turn to Anita online and welcome her presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone from India, from AKAH Agency for Habitat. I just want to check, am I audible? Is my speech clear to you? So thank you AKFC and IISD for giving me this opportunity. So I am going to present a case study on biodiversity and ecosystem-based climate change adaptation in a town known as Porbandar. It is a district in Gujarat, state of India. You might have heard recently about this particular place because just few days back, this area was devastated due to cyclone across the India and the Pakistan border. We recently had. So all the more reason for making this project very, very relevant in cyclone-prone areas. Next slide, please. Okay, I would like to speak a bit on this, as many of you may be aware that His Highness the Aga Khan, he has been actually pushing this climate change at a global level in a very big way. So like all of us are speaking from 2018-19 about climate change, but he had the vision a long time back. He has started pushing all the AKDN agencies. There are almost 15 agencies within the AKDN banner where all of us have been asked to work on climate action. So because it comes from the highest level of the highest position from the organization, so organization of Aga Khan Development Network have also pushed climate action into all the programs. Next, please. Okay. I would, as everybody's aware that there is a lot of push happening at country level, at global level. So India has also been, pushing this climate action-oriented projects of late in a very big way. And similar push is coming from respective state governments also. Just for example, I would like to explain, Government of India has just launched a program known as MISHTI program, where we are talking about conserving wetlands, coastal areas, and the coastal communities in a collective manner, so that the livelihoods are not actually getting suffered due to frequent cyclones in those areas. Next, please. So India, being one of the largest country in the world, obviously we are one of the lead among the four countries in contributing global emissions. Okay, and to my surprise, when I was making this presentation, so almost 1,800 climatic disasters have struck in India. Floods, heat waves, drought, all kind of climate-induced disasters we have faced. And in that process, every year we are losing huge infrastructure. Human losses are happening. So because of these situations, Government of India has really made climate action in a very big way as the priority programs. Next, please. So I'm coming to close what AKAH Agency for Habitat is doing. We are implementing a project in coastal town of Porbandar, mainly, improving the coastal community's resilience by planting mangroves. As many of you may be knowing, the mangroves plantation is one of the safest and the most economical way of preventing the floods and intrusion of cyclonic surges. Okay? So this project is being supported by Ericsson, Global Ericsson. Is currently we started this project since last 2 years. Next, please. Yeah, the objective of the program is we wanted to understand what are the actually hazards in that area pertaining to the coastal communities and marine ecosystems. And second objective of this program is train communities and climate adaptive livelihoods for enhanced resilience of vulnerable coastal communities of 20 villages. One thing which we have learned from last major disasters in India, first respondent is always your community. So it is always advisable and useful if we invest in, making communities, invest in training communities and help them in adapting to the climate-induced vulnerabilities. Okay. Third objective of this program is protecting and restoring ecosystems such as mangroves and other coastal species to ensure the flow of economic services they provide. Many of the coastal communities do depend on fishing. So these are basically the fishing communities, and because of the destroying of mangroves, no longer the mangroves are existing in these areas. So these fishing communities are on the verge of losing their livelihood. So here we are coming to develop similar type of mangroves, get back the lost ecosystem in those areas. And the last objective is strengthening governance and institutional framework for climate resilient management of coastal areas. We have multiple, government bodies. Like one body will be talking only about the mangroves. The other one will come primarily from disaster management organizations and will talk about the community strengthening. Through this program, we are trying to bring both the governing mechanism together for a collective climate resilient management of coastal areas. Next, please. Yeah. So as this map is showing, the coastal, this is the this area is being, these villages are near the coast areas. So the coastal communities are, most of them are fishing communities. And as I already mentioned, we are trying to restore the rejuvenate the shoreline here. The plan of our organization is, this is the this is west side of India map. our plan is to restore the entire ecosystem by planting mangroves in this direction. Right now, the case studies or this particular project is only for 20 villages, but plan is to expand it across the coastal areas, spreading almost 200 to 300 villages with a population of nearly 24,000 community members. Okay, next please. How we do it? Our strategy is as the entire Aga Khan agency or AKDN services organization believe in community management. All our work is actually led by the community. So here are the few of the photographs where you will get to see. I hope my presentation is clear to everyone. So you will see that we have been, doing a lot of community hand holding over here. These are photographs from the street plays. These are the photographs from the community meetings. We also conduct a participatory rural appraisal where the community is actually giving us an idea about their flora, fauna within their area and what is the loss of flora, fauna over a period of 20 years, which actually helps us in devising a program appropriate to the local situation. Next, please. Yeah. So as I mentioned that the important stakeholder for this program is also the governance. So these are the few of the photographs where we are talking to district collector, who is the chief of implementation from the government side. Here is the coastal coast guard communities and also the stakeholders, the NGO community in that area. So the entire community member and community leaders known as Sarpanch, who is supposed to be the head of the villages, school teachers, members of border security, they're all being trained for implementation of this program. Next, please. Okay, so this is after training the state government and the district organizations. The action actually lies here when we train the communities and when we train communities in mangrove plantation. Because traditionally, mangrove plantation was never done by the communities. So it was usually the forest department doing mangrove plantation. And after, over a period of time, mangroves have been destroyed due to some construction work or due to soil water intrusion. So now communities are realizing that in order to safeguard themselves, the mangroves needs to be planted. Okay. So next, please. So this is another option. This is another story of this project. The first story is how community has been engaged, how the governance has been engaged. Second story of this project is we have integrated artificial intelligence and sensor-based intelligence for monitoring and monitoring the real-time monitoring, because the donor of this program, Ericsson, they bought this technology. They were very keen to have the real-time data. So they have a dashboard, we have a dashboard. We can see the survival rate of the mangrove. We can also see the composition of soil, composition of soil which is conducive for mangrove plantation. And depending on the conducivity results based on the sensors, the actual treatment is also done of that clay. Next, please. I won't talk much about technology, but the idea of including these slides was that this project is being monitored on real-time data basis, and each and every day we get to know that if we have planted 100 mangroves, within 2 days we will get to know about the survival of these mangroves. And in case you have any, any mangrove is not, sustained, so immediately a next level of plantation is done with the communities. Yeah, next please. So these sensors are also very important. Actually, as I already mentioned, they also give us information about the soil condition, soil pH value, and which soil is conducive for healthy mangroves. So if it is not, if the condition is the soil is not appropriate, then we can also do some kind of a corrective soil mixing over there. Okay. Next, please. I already spoke about that. So this is again talking more of the cloud, how the data is being stored on the cloud or server. Okay. Next, please. Okay. Advantage of using this information, this artificial intelligence is also that it can give us an idea about in case there is any person going inside trying to destroy the mangrove. We can get the real-time data. We can also find the changes happening in the flora fauna, the bird classification. It has the ability of capturing the different kinds of bird classification. So this particular technology we have not yet tested. It is under process, but I think in 2 or 3 months we will get to know about this result of this technology also. So far, whatever technology has been used is giving us real-time monitoring data and the soil testing reports. Next, please. Okay, I will skip this because this is still under testing. Yeah. So apart from the mangroves, nature-based solution is also being adopted by us by doing the Miyawaki tree plantation. I'm sure many of you will be knowing the Miyawaki, which is actually founded by a Japanese scientist known as Akira Miyawaki. So we also use this method for protecting and creating green spaces in urban areas. So the best part of this kind of technology, the forestry, is that they go very fast. For example, the photographs here given is this plantation was done in one of the town known as Junagadh in Gujarat. This is the picture of April, and within 1 month, just see the growth of this, and within 2 months, it has become a lush green, dense forest. So actually, the Miyawaki forest is meant to be, desirable to do in dense urban areas where there is no green vegetation. So we have done that in couple of areas, which is actually expected to help in reduction of urban heat waves. Next, please. It's a small movie about our initiative in Porbandar. May I request the organizers to run the video, please? Yeah, thank you. So these are the expected outcomes of this project. We are expecting biodiversity conservation, lost flora fauna of the area. We have made the biodiversity registers in discussion with the elders of the communities. So we have got the different types of the birds prevailing 5 years back, and we are going to track this and identifying whether these birds have are coming back. So second expected outcome is climate change adaptation by the communities. And it was a great lesson when we spoke to the communities about the climate impact. They knew so much. I mean, they became our teachers because they are the direct affected communities due to the climate change. For example, one of the farmers told us that he used to do the banana cultivation. A banana cultivation is a water intensive crop. So over a period of time, because of the depleting water resources, depleting groundwater, and impact of climate change, so they have also changed their farming pattern. So in fact, rather than we going telling them what we have to do, we have learned from them. So community is actually able to adapt much faster. Then third expected outcome is capacity building and new earning opportunities. So as in my presentation, I mentioned that we're trying to do fruit-bearing plantation also, especially for the fishing communities, because you never know till how long this fishes will stay, because the coastal areas have become not only disaster prone, but also the water quality has also become very bad over there. And it is also going to help us cyclone and storm surge mitigation. Recently, when Gujarat faced storm surge mitigation, so many of the areas were prevented because of dense mangroves. Not our project area, because we have just started this project. So, and we are also expecting this mangroves also contribute towards carbon sequestration. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anita. It's amazing to see the array of data that you could get from those sensors. I wish I had access to sensors like that when I was doing my PhD. It would have made my data collection a lot easier. But that's amazing. I think it was fascinating to see, the kinds of indicators that you could, the kinds of data and metrics that you could get. That obviously covered, functioning diversity indicators as well. We have a couple of minutes for some questions from the audience. Maybe we'll start with the folks online. I'm going to turn to my colleague Anya online to flag if there were any questions from anyone who was listening in virtually.
Veronica, we don't have any questions yet, but we certainly welcome people to add their questions to the chat. And I would be happy to share those over to Veronica. So please, if you have an opportunity, add any questions that you may have for Anita, and we can present those to her.
Great. So let's turn to our audience in this room. Does anyone have any questions for Anita? We'll pick at the front, please.
Yes, thank you, Anita. You mentioned at the beginning that the last cyclone has affected the area, but you also have been monitoring that all the mangroves that you have, they have been growing, how they protect the area. Without them, I mean, if you guys tell us a little bit more about that. Thank you.
See, these mangroves which we have done is an initiative of last 6 months. They're still in the infancy stage. After 1 year, they will be full-bloomed. But what we have seen is whichever area had dense mangroves, those areas were not affected. But where these mangroves have been actually destroyed, so the water ingress, the flood actually entered in those cities. So we also anticipate after 1 year, God forbids, if another cyclone happens, so through our project, our communities will not face any major losses.
Great, thank you for that, Anita. Now we'll turn to Kerry at the back. What would you like to ask?
Thanks, Anita. The question is, the land that you used for the mangroves, who did that land belong to before, or more importantly, who was using that land? And were, in fact, any groups, especially marginalized groups, displaced? And if so, what did you do? Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting question. Actually, when we launched this program, we were really worried who was going to give the land. So by grace of God, we have very good relationship with government of Gujarat. AKDN has this very important, focused strategy. We always work very close with the government. So before we started this program, the land discussion related to land availability were already there with them. So we have got almost 100 acres of land from government designated for mangroves. Ownership for mangroves belongs to the community, land belongs to the government, and we are the facilitator. And in future, if we are able to register this project for carbon credit, the benefit will go 40% to the government and 60% to the communities. And all these communities are from the coastal villages.
Great, thank you. We have time for a couple more questions. Yes, please, right over there.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Anita, for such a wonderful presentation. I actually have two questions. First question is on sustainability. So after the project, who's going to take on the management and administration of those technologies that you established in that area? Second question is on structure. What's the structure behind this data gathering? As Veronica said, there's just a lot of data that is being gathered out of this technology, sensors and all that. How is it processed, and how does the process information, how do they flow to the farmers, and to ensure that it is going to be used for their benefit?
Yeah, thank you. So let me reply one by one. The first question is sustainability of this program. So there are 3 levels of interventions done for sustainability. We have formed biodiversity committees in each and every village. This is one. Biodiversity committee is comprising mainly the village leaders. Then second, the sustainability measure is we have also formed a district level resource group, which is chaired by the district commissioner and also the district authorities. And there is kind of a non-financial MOU with government that they will be taking care of. And third thing is the village sarpanches. Sarpanch is known as head in these villages. So they're planning to have a federation of the sarpanches, which is going to be a registered body. And one more important thing, which I did not mention even in my presentation, is we have also formed women-led self-help groups. Okay, and women self-help groups are the one actually which is taking 90% of plantation work because this is generating income for them. So these women self-help groups are also going to remain there permanently. So it is a village focus, it is district administration, and then there is a state level MOU with Department of Climate Change and AKAH Agency for Habitat. So these are the mechanisms. This is first question. Second question is about the technology. As I mentioned, right now, this technology is actually bought by our funder, Ericsson, to us. So we are also into the learning phase. But what I understand and the work, how much we have done is, right now we have provided sensors in these areas, And these sensors are, we have put cameras near the coastal areas wherever the mangroves have been planted. And we have also a Coast Guard, which is Government of India's the guard, Coast Guard department. They have been entrusted to give full protection. And because before we installed those cameras, we were worried about the theft, or we were worried about, people or children may throw them stones. So, but the Coast Guard has taken the full responsibility of protecting them. It is kind of a security agency which does the coastal security work. Then right now, this AI is helping us in giving the real-time monitoring of the growth and the soil conditions. The next level is yet being tested.
Great. Thank you very much, Anita. I'm getting signals that we should be moving on, but we really appreciate that in-depth presentation, incredible case study, and thank you so much for staying on and taking some questions. So another round of applause for Anita, please.
Thank you.
I was promising a break before, but it's actually a little bit early, don't you think, for a break? I mean, do you feel that we could take on one more presentation and hear from IUCN before we take our coffee break? Yeah? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up, so that's great feedback. Well, I hope that Nicholas Macfarlane is ready, since I'm volunteering for him to present earlier than planned. We'll give him a bit of time to get the presentation up, but what I'll do is I'll introduce him. So Nicholas is a Canadian biologist who apparently has had an enviable career tagging toothed whales in the Mediterranean to study changes in spatial behavior and social cohesion resulting from human disturbance. In IUCN Science and Data Center, he leads projects developing metrics and science-based targets for biodiversity to decision-making and deploying global data sets to analyze the interactions between biodiversity and key human interfaces, such as violent conflict, agriculture, synthetic biology, and palm oil. He holds a PhD in oceanography from MIT and the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and has other degrees as well. So without further ado, let's turn to Nicholas.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me all right? That sounds like probably yes. I'll just wait for my slide deck to get put up, and then I'll take it away. Perfect. Now I can see that. Excellent. So good morning, everybody. My name is Nicholas Macfarlane. I'm a marine biologist. I'm from Vancouver, and I'm just delighted to be able to speak to you today about something that I think is really the most exciting development in biodiversity science in a very long time. And that's the species threat abatement and restoration metric. Can I have the next slide, please? So here's the basic plan for the next 10 minutes, followed by some questions. Most of what I'm going to dive into is going to be at a pretty high level for all the reasons, but I'm happy to dive into more of the detail afterwards. Next slide, please. So all of this is in the context of the IUCN Global Standard for Nature-Based Solutions. And in particular, the metric that I'm going to be discussing today relates to the ways to operationalize and measure nature-based solutions criterion 3, that the nature-based solutions result in a net gain to biodiversity and ecosystem integrity. Next slide, please. And before I dive into the details, I just want to step back and say a couple things about measuring biodiversity in general. And if you remember nothing else that I say today, just hold on to this. There are a couple things that are absolutely essential if you're going to be measuring biodiversity, whether it's co-benefits or for any other reason. And the first is that biodiversity is spatial. It's very, very local. This is a little different than climate. A square kilometer of Ottawa is very, very different than a square kilometer of mangroves in Gujarat. And that means that whatever metric, whatever data you're using to measure biodiversity must be spatially explicit as well, must be treat different places slightly differently. The second is that when you're measuring biodiversity, you actually have to measure biodiversity. We can't measure carbon sequestration or the color green and then automatically assume that we're getting at biodiversity. And the third is just a point to really bear in mind around area-based targets. Sometimes targets are reported around sort of an amount of land area that is better protected. For example, number of hectares restored or percent of land or marine area that is under better land management. And this can be really problematic because of the spatial nature of biodiversity. If you're not actually measuring the biodiversity, just the amount of land, it can actually incentivize conservation or interventions really in the cheapest and easiest places, which may not be where the biodiversity is at all. If we want to protect Veronica, it might be a good idea to make a protected area around the chair where she's sitting. But if all that we measure is that we protected 100 hectares, we might discover that those are mostly in the parking lot and don't actually do a very good job of protecting her chair at all. This can even have pretty perverse outcomes if the interventions, because you're not measuring really biodiversity, happen in places that aren't actually that important for biodiversity. They can drive the negative impacts towards the places that are and have the opposite effect that you're trying to have. So 3 big things to take in mind, whether you're looking at the STAR metric or thinking about anything else to do with biodiversity. Can I have the next slide, please? So what is this species threat abatement and restoration metric? Well, the overall aim of STAR it's a biodiversity metric. It's based on the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, so 150,000 individual species assessments that are being conducted continuously around the world. It's a measure of the, maybe a way of thinking about it is as the sort of, like, what's the biodiversity equivalent of a ton of carbon dioxide for climate? The thing that you can measure in the same way everywhere. It's a measurement of the potential global conservation gain that could be achieved for species through action taken in a particular place, whether that's a site or a landscape, a company's footprint, or even a country. It's standardized and additive and spatially explicit, remember the spatial importance, and applicable across the world. And it's particularly helpful for things like Goal A of the Kunming-Montreal post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that calls for a risk of species extinctions to be reduced tenfold. Are we actually going to measure that in a way that can be measured the same way everywhere? Comes in 2 different flavors. Threat abatement, so actions to reduce threats in the area you're working, and restoration, benefits that can come from restoring habitat. The method was published in Nature, Ecology and Evolution a couple of years ago, and it was, I'm the one speaking here today, but this was just an absolutely massive collaboration of nearly 100 experts, 54 institutions across 29 countries around the world, tons of Canadian authors, including Parks Canada's chief scientist, Gilles Sutton, and all of it is enabled because of the more than 10,000 scientists who support the Red List continually through their species assessments. Next slide, please. So with the Kunming to Montreal framework, we really have an urgent need for easy, standardized, spatially explicit ways of measuring biodiversity. And there's really just been nothing like this metric before. It's been sort of a piecemeal approach where you're trying to apply something in a case study here and a case study there and imagine how those things fit together in a way that can speak to global environmental agreements. And now we've got something. Next slide, please. Once we have a common metric that works everywhere, it means that different types of actions and actors can talk to each other, whether that's NGOs or IGOs like IUCN working on the ground who want to measure biodiversity co-benefits of particular actions, or multilateral conventions and governments setting policies. If a meter is a meter, you can measure the distance of something wherever you are, whatever you're measuring. Next slide, please. So what actually is STAR? Well, STAR scores for an area of interest, the sort of dotted rectangle you have there, based on three things: the number of threatened species, their threat categories, and the proportion of their ranges that are included in the threat. In this site, we have a place that contains the whole range of a frog that's vulnerable on the IUCN Red List, part of the range of a hummingbird that's endangered, and a small part of a range of a critically endangered monkey. And each of those categories comes with a different weighting. And by pancaking all of those species maps together and synthesizing the information, you can come up with a total STAR score for that area of interest. Next slide, please. Here's just a mock-up of how that calculation would work. Different weightings for each species multiplied by the percentage of their population or ranges that are in the area of interest and summed all together to give you the total opportunity for doing conservation by acting in that place. Next slide, please. One of the key innovations, and in particular for the idea of co-benefits, is that because each Red List assessment uses a standard way of measuring the threats to that species, you can disaggregate this STAR. You can break it down into the potential benefits that can be achieved by working on each of these individual threats at that site. That means that a specific action that you're doing or a specific policy that you have at that site can be tied to a specific amount of global conservation gain. Whether that's working on invasive species, energy and mining, or agriculture, or any of the other threats that are sort of standardly classified. Next slide, please. This is super useful for many different types of actions, from undertaking assessment across a project portfolio to identifying co-benefits as a result of particular actions and policies in a way that is standard across the world. Next slide, please. Globally, and this is sort of a heat map of STAR across the world, the STAR scores are highest where there are many threatened species and small ranges, like tropical mountains and islands often have high STAR scores. So interventions that happen there are going to have a relatively high impact on reducing global species extinction risk. Next slide, please. This is what that looks like for restoration. And in this case, parts of the world where threatened species have lost large amounts of their historic ranges tend to score highly for restoration STAR. These are often, but not always, in exactly the same places as the threat abatement map. Next slide, please. You can use this to evaluate how different options, like restoring habitat at a mine site or better managing a national park, would contribute to a country's national STAR score. So just as I close off here, let me show you an example of how that might work on the ground. Next slide, please. The first step is to establish a quantitative STAR score target for the project or the area that's aligned to national or global goals. In this case, this is a company that wants to contribute 2% of a country's STAR target by acting in its footprint. Next area, or next slide, please. Then you can screen different potential places where you could work for their potential STAR scores. These could be sites where you're already working or new ones, and you can see different total potential benefits at those sites. Next slide, please. In this case, we can see that site C has the potential to contribute more STAR than the other sites, has more potential to contribute to global environmental targets than other sites. Next slide, please. And this is the key one. In that site, what this tool lets you do is identify specific conservation actions to address threats to achieve a target and their corresponding STAR scores. These might be actions that were identified directly from a STAR analysis, or conversely, you could be doing a STAR assessment of actions driven by other reasons like adaptation, the abatement of different threats, the sort of working actions that reduce these threats to species, we're going to have different potential star values based on the particular threats to species at that site, based on what lives there and what threats are existing for those species. And so what that means is having a common metric allows us to see how much biodiversity benefit could be generated by any action that you're doing or one that you might do in the future. So two sides of the coin, one for sort of planning interventions and one for interventions that are already happening. This is a way of seeing whether or not they have any biodiversity co-benefits and what those co-benefits could actually be. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide. STAR is available through the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, ibatalliance.org. And it's a way to try it out when you have sort of polygons of the areas you're working to get a sort of initial screen of what the different threats are there. And really, let me just sort of tie things up there. This was pretty high level. I'm happy to try to answer some of the questions or go into more detail in the question and answer period. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay. Thank you very much for that great presentation, Nicholas. It was really interesting to hear more about this metric. I'm sure there are a lot of questions that people might have for this, but unfortunately I've been told that we're at time and we have to go to the break. But what I would recommend is that we bring those questions back, perhaps in the breakout groups discussions, and those online, you may feel free to type in any particular questions for Nicholas in the chat box. So with that, I'd like to, let's give a big warm round of applause to Nicholas. And let's hope we get a chance to engage with him at another time so that we can ask him questions directly. Thank you so much for joining us, Nicholas. And we have now 20 minutes that's allocated. Oh, sorry. We're a little bit over time, so now we're at 10 minutes for the break. But that should be enough time to just grab a quick coffee, chit-chat a little bit, and then we'll come back to the room at 10:57. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I know 10 minutes is never enough for a coffee break. It's so nice to exchange with colleagues and chat. But we'll have time as well during the networking lunch to get to know each other a little bit better and to catch up. So for now, what I'd like to do is welcome our next presenters, Anil Gupta from Global Affairs Canada and Paul Stewart from Technoserve. So I'll just give you a little bit of their backgrounds. Anil Gupta is a senior environment specialist at GAC, where he works in developing and monitoring environment and climate change action programs across Asia and Africa. Previously, he was at Environment and Climate Change Canada as a biodiversity senior program manager. And he has had the fortune of working in many places around the world. As an environmental engineer, he worked and managed teams in South America, Europe, and Asia for a variety of NGO, private sector, and intergovernmental organizations. He's an avid environmentalist, and we know this because he came in by bike today. And still managed to make it in time for his presentation. And Paul Stewart will be joining us online. He is Technoserve's Global Coffee Director. He oversees a portfolio of partnerships with the world's leading coffee companies, foundations, and public sector agencies to increase the coffee income of farmers across Africa and Latin America. Since joining Technoserve in 2002, Paul has helped build its coffee practice and is a recognized leader in shared value solutions that reduce poverty for farmers while developing sustainable supply chains for coffee businesses. He has a degree in agricultural economics from Queen's University Belfast and has spent over 20 years of his career in East Africa. So let's welcome Anil, who is joining us in person, and Paul, who is joining us online.
Sorry, Veronica. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I'm known as not someone who projects too well, so please let me know if that is still the case. I assume I pressed, yeah, okay, here we go. So yeah, I thought I'd share some experiences in this project that is at early stages. So it's going to sound a little bit funny. Why are we doing a case study when the project is really just starting? But given the length of time it has taken us to develop this project, I thought perhaps there'd be some experiences that might be of interest to others and that might be worth sharing. So this little presentation will be done both by myself and Paul. I hope Paul is online somewhere in the cloud. And let's begin, please. So this presentation will be structured in the following way. First, I will start with the climate rationale. Why was Ethiopia chosen and why was coffee chosen? Some of the key project design considerations. Paul will speak more specifically to the nature-based climate solutions that are being employed by the project. And then I will speak to the biodiversity coding issue. As some of you may know, coding has kind of taken on a life of its own within the Global Affairs Canada, and I thought perhaps this would help to maybe demystify it a little bit. Just to whet your appetite, 4 projects at Global Affairs to be considered formally as NBCS, they do need to receive what we call a Biodiversity 1 coding, and this one did not receive it. So I thought we'd go through some of the reasons for that. So let's start with the climate rationale for Ethiopia. Ethiopia is generally recognized as one of the most vulnerable, climate vulnerable countries in the world. Many of you might have seen the Maplecroft indices. Those of you who are old enough remember the horrific droughts in the 80s, and periodically less extreme droughts that do occur. We do know currently that in Ethiopia there is increased warming, there is increased rainfall variability, and the models are predicting that temperatures will go up between 1.1 and 3.1 degrees by the 2060s, and greater extremes in precipitation. The flip side, though, is Ethiopia is almost universally recognized as a climate ambition leader. Its NDC, according to Climate Action Tracker, which is a very prominent climate think tank consortium, its NDC is one of the few in the world that is rated as 2 degrees compatible. Its emission reduction targets are 64% by 2030 compared to BAU, business as usual. And I think it was subsequent to that, it did say our aim is to achieve net zero by 2025. Not 2050 like Canada, but 2025. It is a potentially powerful African model in terms of emissions, because when you look at a country that is already over 100 million people, will double, is expected to double by 2050, to have that low level of emissions compared to, for example, South Africa, which is the 15th largest emitter in the world, it's a really powerful example of what can be done. Some of it is controversial, the Grand Renaissance Dam, of course, but equally there's utility scale solar that's being put in place. There's lots of other measures that are put in place. So with respect to the level of vulnerability and with respect to the level of its climate ambition, it's kind of, it's a very prominent country. Oops. Okay, so that all of that led to a scoping study, which that was around 2019-20. So you can see it's been a while that I and an Ethiopian consultant did to identify mitigation and adaptation options for programming by the Ethiopia program. Let's go to agriculture and coffee in particular. In Ethiopia, most of the country is agriculture is rainfall dependent, and 90% of agricultural output is produced by small-scale farmers. For coffee in particular, coffee is considered a Goldilocks crop. In other words, it can be neither too hot nor too cold, neither too dry nor too wet. It is a crop that is widely known as existing only within, or viable within, a very narrow temperature and precipitation range. There are other crops, like I recently learned that the teff, which is widely used in Ethiopia, is much less Goldilocks style. Quarter of the population derives their livelihoods, whether it be from production, processing, or marketing, from coffee. And it constitutes a third of the total export earnings. 2 million smallholders, smallholders meaning less than 2 hectares of land, are directly affected by climate variability, including many women and girls. And coffee in Ethiopia, when I went, I was amazed at the level of cultural importance. I'm not talking about kind of Tim Hortons or Starbucks type of thing. I'm talking about really embedded in the culture. So it's very important there. In 2020, Ethiopia did release its coffee and tea development strategy. The government wants to see a rapid increase in coffee and tea production. So any success we have at a project level does have a good chance for scalability and replicability, which is something we always look for. Areas that are climatically suitable for coffee production are predicted to be reduced substantially by 2040. And the Kew Gardens has released a very important coffee atlas of Ethiopia, which shows which areas will no longer be viable for coffee, no longer be climatically viable for coffee production. So this is a $15 million project which focuses on the supply chain aspects. So first is local production. The climatic variable is decreasing rainfall, and what the adaptation measure would be conserving soil moisture. Temperature increase, the nature-based adaptation measure would be increasing shade cover. More climate-resilient coffee strains will be considered, and advanced tree pruning would also be considered, and we can get into that a bit later in terms of the additionality aspect. For expansion as measured, there is a risk of maladaptation that we have to be very careful with. Coffee processing, reduced water consumption with the coffee mills, reduced mill effluent pollution through constructed wetlands, and water-efficient machinery and pulpers. And on the demand side, we are trying to put in place measures that will increase, especially international demand through eco-certification mechanisms, potentially, ones that are performance-based and not just process-based. Later, if there's time, we can get into that a bit more. I'll just quickly go into the partner selection. This project is what we call a departmental initiated project, in which GAC both does the big level design, and then we identify a partner that's best able to implement the project. Technoserve was chosen for a variety of reasons. Their coffee and climate expertise. They were recommended the scoping team by both the Kew Gardens and the IFC. The Kew Gardens have done international peer-reviewed journal articles on coffee and climate. They have substantial policy experience with coffee with Ethiopia, and they have a significant project track record in East Africa, as indicated by the Harvard Kennedy School and their work they've done for the Gates Foundation, Espresso, IFC, and others. So mine has been kind of a plain presentation. Now you'll see some pictures and some nice graphics. I'll turn it over to Paul if he's present somewhere.
Thank you, Anil. And as Anil said, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about two of the nature-based solutions that this new project in partnership with Global Affairs Canada is going to be working on. I've lost my presentation. Oh, there we go. So the first one is related to water use and water pollution. So the problem is that many of the coffee processing factories, particularly in the Sidamo region, which is a major coffee growing region in Ethiopia, produce a lot of wastewater, and this picture really illustrates the problem. You see this big pit, which is just full of all the wastewater and all the waste pulp that's left over after removing the bean. And this has been historically a massive problem in this region. This wastewater and waste pulp often overflows into rivers, and many people in the communities have told us how they can't even wash their clothes in the river during the peak harvest season. And even people have told me about times when their livestock have actually died from drinking the river water at that time. That's just how polluted it is, not to mention the hazards to people and children in these communities from these big pits. And also this pulp is wasted. It can be composted to put back onto the farm. So that's a real loss of value. Next slide. Just click through there's some animation. So this is the exact same factory, but a year later. Just click again, please. So this pulp is being separated. And if you click again, we can see it's being composted on the right here. And if you click again, we can see a very, very wetland. So this is the solution that we have been testing out and trialing over quite a number of years in one specific area. Just click again. And this is some of the river water testing results that we've been tracking over the last decade. We've been very fortunate. We've had a project in one area of the Sidamo region with Mother Parker's Tea and Coffee, which is a large company based in Ontario. And what we've seen is, so we've took this river. So the red line indicates the Debado River in Sidamo. And you can see here from the time we started tracking, this is the biochemical oxygen demand, but actually we track many other indicators. They all show the same trend. And we see this difference between before the harvest season starts and the peak harvest season. We see this massive increase over the years from 2012 to 2017. You can see the Cola River in 2012 had a lower level. At that time, only about 50, about half. But that was because we'd already started working. We'd already set up 6 of those vetiver wetlands at 6 factories. Unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to do a proper baseline. I expect that number would have been much higher. If we move forward a slide. We can see what happened over the years after 2012. Each year, we supported more and more of those processors to set up vetiver wetlands in 2013, 14, and 15 along this Cola River. And you can see that actually the pollution levels dipped, and there's other forms of pollution going into those rivers. So it hasn't completely been eliminated, but certainly stayed much lower. And the Gadabo River, well, finally in 2017, after it reaching such a high level, we actually started working. It was no longer our control river, and we started setting up wetlands with processors there. And you can see just how dramatically the water quality has improved as we supported more factories to work. We haven't had the opportunity to look at all our indicators, like what impact this has had on fish stock and such things, but certainly a lot of anecdotal evidence from the communities in those areas. We've heard from them saying just how, finally they're actually able to use this river water in ways that they weren't able to during the harvest season. Just go forward a slide. Finally, this is the second nature-based solution that we've been working on, one which I'm sure you're all familiar with, which is planting trees. Now, if you've seen photographs of coffee production in Ethiopia, you may have seen images of beautiful shade-covered farms, and that's what you see in many of the regions of Ethiopia. But in this specific region, in Sidamo, it's a bit different. There's really very little shade cover in that area. And as the Q report that Anil mentioned has shown, this area is going to get hotter and drier. So there's a real need for more shade in these areas to protect the soil and the coffee trees from greater levels of heat and to retain the moisture. And in a project over the past few years with Nespresso, we've been able to support farmers access over 1 million coffee trees in partnership with the Ethiopian government, who have been able to set up seedling nurseries, and then we've been supporting them to get those seedlings to the farmers, teach them how to plant and take care of the nurseries. And this is one farmer who has had a good experience of planting these trees. And actually the tree she's standing next to here is an Albizia shade tree, it's an indigenous tree. We only promote indigenous shade trees, which is great because it's not only nitrogen fixing, but it also drops leaves, which can actually create some composting mulching material. Thank you very much.
I think there's supposed to be one more slide. Is there a way? Oh, it's on that one. Okay. So just some last thoughts on my part. As I briefly mentioned earlier, in order for global affairs to formally define a project as a nature-based climate solution project, it does require a significant marker coding for biodiversity, what we call a BD1. Generally, what that requires is at least one intermediate outcome and corresponding biodiversity indicators. Generally, it means about 30% of the budget, and generally it means that we need to see evidence of biodiversity technical capacity within the implementing organization. I wasn't here, I was an secondment to another department when this assessment was done, but the people who did this assessment are very good, and I trust them completely. What they indicated is that there was not enough focus on biodiversity-specific results and indicators. So kind of like what we heard a little bit earlier from the IUCN presentation. So for example, there were no indicators present for fish counts after what we do believe will be improved river quality, but we don't know if BOD is the only significant parameter. There could be others as well. Or there is no indicator present for bird counts, for example, after the shade trees are grown. So equally, the level of biodiversity expertise, my colleagues did have discussions with Technoserve, and correct me if I'm mistaken, Paul, but I believe Technoserve did indicate that this was kind of outside their scope of expertise. And the biodiversity-specific budget allocation wasn't quite there. So in conclusion, we determined that biodiversity is well integrated, but it does not meet the threshold of significant. As the project proceeds, if that could change, hopefully that will change, but for now, that's where we are. So I guess all we can say is stay tuned and let's see how things develop. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Paul and Anil, for co-presenting that case study. I think it's very helpful for our audience to understand what it actually takes to achieve the BD1 coding, and the considerations there would be very helpful in developing proposals. So unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, I'm told, but what we can do is we can take advantage of the fact that Anil is actually here in person, and over the lunchtime, perhaps, and during the breakout groups, which I hope Paul will join as well, you can perhaps pose your questions there to Anil and online to Paul. So what we'd like to do now is to turn to Janet Sumner, who is joining us from Ontario. Janet is the Executive Director of Wildlands League, and she has been holding this role since 2003. She was appointed the Special Representative on Nature for Canada in 2019, and she's an expert negotiator. Under her leadership, the Wildlands League team has accomplished substantial legislative reforms in Ontario and federally, such as the new Provincial Protected Areas and Conservation Reserves Act in 2007 in Ontario, Mining Act reform, and at federal level, amendments to the Ruge National Urban Park Act in 2017. So that's a great list of accomplishments. Look forward to hearing from you, Janet. So please take it away.
I'm not sure yet if I'm sharing my screen or if you're able to present. So I'll just Can I get an answer on that? Do you want me to share the screen?
No, actually, your presentation is already loaded. So you just have to
Okay.
indicate when you want them to state, when you want the
Okay,
team to change the
I
slides.
can now see it, so that's great. So this project really came about because we saw a confluence of these two great challenges, both biodiversity loss and climate change occurring in the southern landscape of Canada. And we decided to focus very much in Ontario because that's where our strengths are and our collaborations are. But really to test this idea, could we achieve great outcomes for biodiversity, but also achieve some greater climate resilience and mitigation and adaptation? And this is where the project was born. And a minor amount of the funding came from Canada's Target 1 to get to 30% protection by 2030. So this is a little bit of a fuel for the fire to get things going. But many of these projects or these ingredients came about because they already existed or we were building on success and strength of many other groups. So please advance. And the solution to these dual challenges was to try to build an interconnected network of nature in a place of the country where we have less than 1% protected. And the reason we wanted to do that was because we saw nature as key to halting and reversing biodiversity loss, but also a key ingredient in mitigating and aiding adaptation. Okay, next. The way that we were going to do this was to basically aggregate all of the conserved and protected area opportunities that we had under a variety of groups, both with groups that worked on public land and those groups that worked on private land. And then start to connect them through outlining where the possibility and the projects could be for landscape connectivity. And that would enable 12 million Canadians, which is about a third of the population of Canada, to have greater access to nature and a more healthy and prosperous life. Go ahead. These are some of the groups that came in on the project. It was called the Southern Ontario Nature Coalition. And these groups mostly worked in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And you'll see a little bit as I talk through this presentation that it became necessary to have collaborations that were much broader than that. Go ahead. We established at Wildlands League what we called our Nature Connectivity Project. Please go ahead. And just to give you some reality, in Southern Ontario, the context here is that we have the highest diversity and density of species and habitat in Canada. We also have a lot of the endangered species here, I think in Canada, we have 500 endangered species and approximately 200 of them are in Southern Ontario, or 80% of the species at risk in the province. And then the green infrastructure, it serves the majority of the Canadian population. 1/3 of Canadians are 70% of Ontarians. And it already had an existing network of distributed protected areas and some intact corridors that we could use to build on. Go ahead. Groups brought many of their projects together. You can see this is some of the private land that would be, or some of the private land, sorry, that was governed over by the conservation authorities. There were many other land trusts that were part of this, and they put some of their projects on maps. Go ahead. We took a look at the background. This is a circuitscape map that gives you an indicator of where you've got some pinch points, and that red that sounds, there's a great big blue there that is, well, obviously the lakes, but just north of that is Mississauga and Toronto, and that's that deep, deep blue, which means there's almost no connectivity there. And then the red surrounding it is that pinch point. That's actually the green belt that surrounds Toronto. And then up through the Bruce Peninsula and Algonquin Park, which is a fairly large park in Ontario, is northeast there, and that's a collection of red. But it actually starts to give you an idea. And down in the southwest, you see these lines like this. Those red lines are actually, a lot of them are farmers' fields, and the back 40 are farmers' fields where you've got woodlots, et cetera. So we started to build a visual map to help us identify where projects could be successful. Go ahead, please. And these arrows indicate that we've got how could we do more connectivity and restoration and protection sort of in the southwest Carolinian zone. We've got the green belt already existing, taking it out to the Frontenac Arch. And then this project that we worked on also to identify where you could see protection that would go all the way from Georgian Bay to Algonquin and into the Kawarthas as well. And then even having the green belt go up from Coots to the escarpment up to Tobermory. Next, please. And so this is the Georgian Bay to Algonquin and to the Kawarthas. And many of these are parcels of land that existed or were parcels that were of interest to land trusts or conservation groups. And so we started to build the puzzle pieces and put them together in a way that would start to create a network and even identify areas where industry might be able to put set-asides, or through forestry like FSC licensing, be able to put a set-aside in terms of forestry. Next, please. The Green Belt, obviously a great place for conservation networks and connectivity. Next, please. And they brought some of their A game to the table in terms of how we could expand, what we could do differently. Next, please. And for our project, we were working on the connectivity between the lake and the Green Belt, and that's the Ruge National Urban Park. Next, please. And this project in light green is about potentially transferring the land, which actually exists now as designated for a future airport, transferring that and growing Ruge National Urban Park by 30%. Next, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit more specifically about Canada's extinction hotspot, where we have the most endangered species, 130 of them in Windsor. Next, please. But it is also where Canada has its flood capital. Windsor, Ontario has the highest number, the highest rate of flooding. It's on an annual basis. There are evacuation orders for homeowners, and it just really suffers. So how could we actually, both on a biodiversity front and on a climate change front, affect things in a positive way? Next, please. We began with a project that was designed to protect, connect, and restore, but it would also achieve reconciliation with First Nations because it had the support of the Caldwell First Nation. It would deliver on nature and help mitigate and adapt to climate change. And these parcels of land all had different levels of protection or were in different states of health. And by combining them into a national urban park, it actually starts to create the opportunity for a new management plan, which would be guided by the requirement to ensure ecological integrity over the long term. And so this will be constantly moving all these parcels of land, and they've been assembling. And just by the virtue of having this as a conversation, as a new national urban park, it started to create opportunities with the adjacent community of LaSalle saying, well, we've got a parcel of land we could add. Other communities saying, well, we've got a parcel of land. And eventually what we're hoping is we build enough momentum through this project that we actually start to build out with a corridor. And you can see Turkey Creek labeled there. We're really hoping that's a restoration project because it's actually been turned into concrete on either side of it, and we would like to see that as a rewilding project and then connect it out to the broader landscape, to farmers fields, etc., and see how we can actually do restoration projects along that. Again, it's building all the puzzle pieces and then starting to connect them together. Next, please. This is a project in London where, again, you've got disparate pieces of protection. And just to the west of London, you've got some amazing opportunities for restoration and conservation that will help secure both nature, but also provide greater climate resilience, as this city also has flooding problems. Next, please. And really, it was about establishing a vision for a connected green space and the need for a connected green space. Next, please. And through that connected green space, find a way that it could actually help with our climate resiliency and enhance the ecosystem services and that are identified in that green infrastructure opportunities as well. Many cities in southern Canada are looking to establish more green infrastructure to help with flooding or extreme heat events. Next, please. And these are the 4 or 5 projects that we developed just as part of our work, but there are hundreds of other projects that are now being developed as this group of collaborators who work on this integrated network of nature across the Southern Ontario landscape. Next, please. So really it's about learning how to color outside the lines and bring everybody to bear so that we can create greater climate resilience. Next, please. What the other, sorry, is there another part to this? It seems like it's dropped part of my slide, but yep, no, it's okay. Stay there, that's fine. I'll just speak to what the words were that were there. Is what's also interesting about creating an integrated network of nature is it's not just about climate resilience or biodiversity, but it also provides jobs. In a couple of years ago, there was a report that came out that said there would be about 130,000 jobs that would be created if we were to do green infrastructure projects as if we meant it and really wanted to address climate change in Southern Ontario. It also provides greater access and mental health for nature during the pandemic. Everybody was really struggling to get outside and find enough access to nature. And the types of jobs that it provides is not just tree planting, it's all kinds of jobs in terms of restoration, everything from the people who help with translation and Indigenous services all the way through to the people who are acquiring land and lawyers and real estate agents, et cetera, and then building back some of this infrastructure. So it really is a broad array of jobs that are created from this, and the ability to deal with climate change and biodiversity is quite incredible. In Ruge National Urban Park that I just live up the street from, and that we've been a big player in both getting the legislation, but shepherding that, is they're looking at a restoration project right now that will involve their southern portion of the park, which was a paved parking lot. And now because of this project and all of the community involvement and the interest around Ruge National Urban Park, they're starting to think about a restoration project as opposed to just keeping the parking lot going. And so that will be turned hopefully back into a wetland. And that one place of the park almost annually, or at least biannually, is experience extreme floods. So this will really help in terms of that mitigation factor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet, for sharing that wonderful case study. It's really nice to have a Canadian example of NBS with biodiversity co-benefits, especially one that encapsulates so many multiple benefits, but also measures connectivity and really focuses on conservation corridors as well as part of an integrated plan. So thank you very much for that, Janet. Now we're at the point in our agenda, and I'm sorry that we haven't had much time for Q&A, but at least we can interact now during our breakout discussion groups. So quickly, what I'd like to just highlight is that we'll get together in groups and we'll answer 3 key questions, which we will have posted online right now, hopefully. And we've also printed copies that we'll deliver to the different groups. And the questions are related to how do we best integrate indicators of biodiversity and ecosystem functioning into long-term monitoring and evaluation frameworks that are monitored over sufficient timeframes. A second question to highlight is how can community consultations and traditional knowledge inform the design and implementation of biodiversity NBS, including identifying and prioritizing ecosystem services, identifying trade-offs, and responding to unanticipated effects. And another question to consider for discussion in your breakout groups is our challenges and strategies. The main challenges associated with ensuring NBS for climate adaptation are biodiversity positive and generate net biodiversity co-benefits. And how would projects address these challenges? What have been your experiences? So we don't have enough case study presenters to sort of distribute among the groups, but if you happen to have a case study presenter in your group, that's also a good question to highlight and touch upon their experience in addressing some of these challenges and monitoring, evaluation, and community engagement as well. We've had quite a good number of examples there. But what I'll do first is there are some logistical details to think about, and I'll hand this over now to our expert, Uju, who will explain how the breakout groups will be divided, what will happen online, what will happen in person, where you'll go, and who the breakout group facilitators are. So please come on up, Uju.
Okay, so I will just quickly give some hopefully useful and clear instructions as to how we're going to go into our breakout groups. Starting off with the participants in person, we have 4 facilitators who will be managing the discussions, and there's a possibility of a 5th one depending on capacity and how the rooms fill up quickly or how the spaces fill up quickly. So we are advising around 12 to 15 people per group, both in person and online, as much as possible. So first we'll have in group 1 in person, we'll have Angie Dazé, who is the Director, Gender Equality and Social Inclusion for Resilience. Maybe Angie, you can just wave so people in the room know where you are. So Angie will be facilitating a group right here in the plenary session. And I would just ask Angie if your group can sort of skew towards my right in terms of the discussion. And then outside in the atrium for where most of our guests came in, we'll have a second group which will be facilitated by Kerry, who is a senior advisor and Senior Advisor for Climate Finance Partnerships at GAC. So his group would be to the far left, at least my left at this point. There will be a note in the circle of cheers that says that's Kerry's group, and his group will be in French or French and English. And I should have noted as well that Angie's group will be predominantly in English. And then we'll have a third group led by Yannick Baudouin. If Yannick can just, Yannick will just wave. So his group will be seated in the middle at the atrium. He's a Director of Climate Change and Nature Positive Solutions at Alinea. His group will also be bilingual, French or English. And then we have a fourth group led by Ashley Rowlock. Ashley is a policy advisor at IISD, and her group will be to my far right. In the atrium, there's also signs there, and her group will be dominantly in English. So I think I can invite the in-person participants to start shuffling around. And then to explain the groups for those online, what is going to happen momentarily is you will see a pop-up on your screen that will show you the list of the different groups, and we are giving you the option to choose the group that you want to be a part of depending on language preference or facilitator preference. So we'll have group 1 led by Anya Nektel, who is a consultant with AKFC at the moment, and her group will be in English. We'll have group 2 led by Annie Turton, who is the Senior Policy Advisor at IISD. Her group will also be in English. We'll have group 3 led by Anne Charlotte, who is a Project Officer at FCM, and her group will be in French. We will have a fourth group led by Lisanne Leveil, who will be hosting her group as well in French. We will have group 5 led by Wendy, who will be hosting her group in English. And then group 6 led by Georgia Excel, who is a policy analyst at IISD. Her group will also be in English. So I would just advise that the breakout rooms can open now for those online. And please, facilitators, take note of the groups that you're assigned to. The rooms will be labeled according to the different facilitators. So please go ahead and join the rooms. We'll have about 30 minutes for this segment, and we'll do timekeeping for those in person and also for those online.
Thanks, everyone. So we're going to begin with a report back session now. I know that it was quite brief, but I hope that you had enough of an opportunity to discuss with each other, and I've heard some really great discussion points and some questions that were raised. Maybe you can try this, Kerry. Thank you, Kerry. So as I was saying, I think that we had a great chance to discuss among each other the 3 discussion questions, and unfortunately we have just a brief amount of time for report back. So we can't ask for report backs from every group, but we can choose 3 online perhaps and 3 in person, and I'll alternate between online and in person for some variety. So how about we start with Angie's group. Angie, would you mind to come up and share, 1 or 2 top reflections from your group? That would be wonderful.
So we had a really wide-ranging discussion, and I'm going to try and boil it down to 2 key points. I think on this question of how do we integrate biodiversity and ecosystem function indicators, the consensus is it's really hard, and that it can be costly, it requires expertise that may not be available, as we heard from Anil, in development organizations. It requires technology, it requires longer-term timeframes for monitoring, and so it's really challenging, and it's something that we're going to need to grapple with. And we highlighted the importance of, partnerships and sort of working together, learning from each other, et cetera, to tackle this challenge sort of that we're collectively dealing with, recognizing the importance. I think the other key message that I'll highlight, probably not surprising, is that these efforts, these projects, these initiatives do need to be guided always by community needs, priorities, knowledge, and that often will require some time spent coming to a common understanding of what the benefits of, biodiversity outcomes, better ecosystem function, healthier ecosystems. Having that common understanding of that will help to sort of guide projects as they try to address these sort of collective challenges of livelihoods, conservation, and gender equality and social inclusion. And I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you, Angie. It's a challenge to keep the report back brief, but I'm grateful that you did that. So now we'll turn to our online component. Can we have Anya Knechtel come up and relay a couple of key thoughts from your breakout group?
Thanks, Veronica. I think a few of the points that really stood out in our group was the importance of capacity building and building understanding and technical ability to use some of the tools that exist. It stood out for our group the technology that was being used in Gujarat, that was being provided by Ericsson in terms of that real-time sensors and monitoring. The group discussed the fact that applying those technologies, particularly in some of the remote locations, can be a challenge, but also having the capacity within the project teams to do so. Similarly, looking at something like the global data sets, is that there's an incredible amount of potential in being able to apply that information, and yet there needs to be the capacity at the project level as well to be able to take that information and sort of ground truth it at the local level and use it effectively. So certainly an interest, I think, in terms of what could be done around that capacity building, both in terms of situations such as this, but more in-depth technical training as well, and how projects might be able to address that. I think the second point that I'd like to raise is just the importance of site selection and as well collaboration. I think the STAR example struck people as being incredibly important just in terms of understanding the biodiversity potential of certain locations and the importance of selecting sites based on the potential gains and initiatives that could be used to address biodiversity positive climate solutions. And that really may come down to considering not areas that people have worked before or project proponents have worked before or with partners they've worked before, but really understanding what areas they could make the most gains on. And obviously key to that as well is just that community consultation component of understanding what the interests and the possibilities are at the community level. But also brought up by Janet's presentation, just the importance of collaboration and how the impact of these projects can be massively scaled up through collaborative efforts and also awareness raising of being able to expand out to bring in different projects, partners, to be able to look at something like connectivity within ecosystems and how projects can, I think, build and scale up through partnership. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Anya. Now we can turn to Yannick, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So usually I karaoke at this point, but I won't. I think a lot of similarities in our group to the conversation, so I won't. I'll just add on to that. The local link was pretty important. I mean, the indicators, when we talk about it, are very much in service of the people, the systems that are far away, right? It's a very different thing, a reality on the ground. What we call a biodiversity indicator, somebody will call an animal, somebody will call a flower, somebody will call a tree. So how do you also then bridge that language barrier between the far-off system that's trying to help, but then the local reality and the local language being used. There's also some great discussions brought up around indigenous ways of knowing, and not just the fact that these have existed since time immemorial, but we're still not quite taking them seriously when it comes to biodiversity or Western systems and governance and things like that. How do we start taking that seriously? What does it even look like to take it seriously? I always cite often enough the New Zealand example of how a lot of the integration of Maori knowledge into the New Zealand governance system, how that has happened over time. So very interesting place there. And maybe the last kind of piece that was, again, a bit different, someone was bringing up the tension between, you know, you have a biodiversity goal, biodiversity positive, climate positive, and then on the other side, you have a development paradigm that's entirely climate and biodiversity negative. And that tension between what you're doing at a local level inside a container that you cannot affect, right? You're still at structurally a push towards extraction and monetization. So that was interesting to see that tension. How do we make the biodiversity positive the norm rather than the exception?
Lovely, thank you, Yannick. Now I'd like to call up Anne-Charlotte. She was moderating a group that was online in French, so please do come up and share your thoughts.
Et je vais le faire en français, si c'est correct. On était un tout petit groupe, seulement 3, mais nous avons aussi beaucoup échangé. Ce qui est ressorti principalement, c'était en termes d'indicateurs, c'est comment correctement allouer les ressources humaines, techniques, mais aussi s'assurer que le cycle des solutions fondées sur la nature s'adapte et suit le cycle de la nature. Donc vraiment l'importance sur la durée, comment aussi mettre à l'échelle les projets en fonction du contexte local, sur quoi se concentrer. Donc c'était Nicolas qui disait « Measure what you care about ». Donc ça c'était vraiment un point qui était important pour notre groupe. Également, l'importance qui a été indiquée sur la bonne intégration des indicateurs passe par l'inclusion et la participation des communautés. Il y a eu des bons exemples donnés par une des membres du groupe. Vraiment une participation active de la communauté. Un des exemples qui a été donné, c'était vraiment donner un peu plus d'importance aux communautés locales. Donc, plutôt que les grandes organisations, vraiment, c'est eux qui mettent de l'importance sur les décisions, puisque ce sont ceux qui sont sur la première ligne, qui sont sur place. Et je pense que c'est les 3 principales notions.
Merci, Anne-Charlotte. And now, Kerry, would you be able to come up and offer just a couple of top key reflections?
Thank you. I got to pay for my sins. So I had an entire group, and none of them said this, but an entire group talking about monitoring and evaluation for a biodiversity or an NBS project that requires, 7, 9, 11 years to really demonstrate results, and we want them in 3. So the point was, what are the intermediate process indicators that we can find that allow us to tell our stories? That's basically the main takeaway, and full agreement in terms of whether it's the nature-based solutions or the biodiversity programming that will eventually roll out. We have to make sure, and they've agreed with all of the other elements, local ownership, measurable, viable, that the cost is doable, both in terms of time and capacity of the community, capacity of experts, and the actual price. But the main focus, I would say, is that proxy indicator that shows that we are on track based on our theory of change to have the changes we all want to have in this room, and that we can show that and demonstrate it and continue to sort of have the journey go forward.
Great, thanks, Kerry. Finally, we'll take one last reflection from the online groups. Wendy, can you come on board? This is Wendy Atieno from IUCN.
Thank you. I think what has already been shared was a lot of what we discussed in our group as well. So the questions about, how expensive it is to track the timeframes that Kerry has just addressed. What I would like to add, maybe that hasn't come up yet, is the opportunities with technology and using AI, particularly to aggregate all the data that already exists. So really looking at how AI can be used in that, and for example, like camera capture data, for example, and using that then to measure biodiversity. But the flip side, of course, is then there are contexts in which there's no data, and how can we work then to really address that gap? Questions about identifying national and government priorities and really working from the outset to look at what are the gaps existing from the beginning to design the project and address it in this way. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes as well on this, and really thinking about how to build those partnerships from the beginning to identify gaps at the political level, particularly where data has been collected, but maybe not what we need. I really liked the point that was made earlier about working with communities and acknowledging the knowledge that exists, that is the wealth of knowledge that is at the community level, to also to also fill those gaps. That would be the main thing that I would want to flag that potentially has not yet been mentioned.
Lovely, thank you so much. Big thanks to our facilitators online and in person for facilitating these great discussions that we've been having. I know that people might be hungry. We just have a little bit left to go. Wanted to thank you very much for your reflections and participations. It's been a pleasure to facilitate this morning with such a great and engaged group. We have some closing remarks that our Director of Gender Equality and Social Inclusion for Resilience at IISD, Angie Dazé, will provide now. Thank you.
Thanks, Veronica. So we've heard a lot today about how biodiversity underpins ecosystem functions and in turn the ecosystem services that we depend on. And we've heard a lot of perspectives on ways to measure biodiversity co-benefits and also some of the challenges associated with that. I'd like to really thank all of our speakers, our facilitators, and all of you, both in the room and online, for having a really active discussion in the breakout groups and bringing forward some really important points. We're really grateful to our hosts at AKAH Foundation Canada for providing this beautiful venue and making it possible for people to participate virtually. It was all very smooth from everything I could see, and also for recording and sharing the event today. I want to thank our planning team, Uju, Anya, Emily, Kat, and Veronica. It's been a great event. And just to check in on the experience, we would like to invite you to complete a short survey. It should only take a couple of minutes. So I think folks in the room are going to have a QR code that you can scan, if I understand correctly, and then folks online will receive a link. So I'm just going to pause and let people fill in the survey. All right, it looks like people are wrapping up. So while people are just finishing off the survey, I also want to really recognize the efforts of the folks who have been working behind the scenes to make this event possible. So our AV team over there, who's been keeping the technology running smoothly, all the people who have been involved in keeping us fed and watered and caffeinated. So thanks to everyone who has been involved sort of making this event possible. So today we've really focused the conversation on the urgency of conserving and restoring biodiversity in the face of global losses. But we also have talked a lot about people, and we know that these losses affect people of different genders and social groups differently, and that means that we need these responses to not only be biodiversity positive, but also gender responsive and socially inclusive. So I'm happy to report that AKFC, IISD, and Global Affairs Canada will be convening another event in this same space in the fall to dig into this issue of how do we ensure that these initiatives are gender responsive and socially inclusive, building on a conversation that we had a few months back. So stay tuned for updates on that. With that, we're going to close. So the folks who are here in person, you are welcome to join us for a light lunch outside. Those of you online, thanks so much for staying engaged and being patient. We really appreciate that you've been with us through this morning's event. And at 1:30, we're going to return to the plenary, both in the room and virtually, for a community of practice session, which will be convened by our friends at Global Affairs Canada. And we're going to hear more about coffee and climate change adaptation from colleagues at, I'm sorry, I'm probably not going to pronounce this correctly, Hans R. Neumann Stiftung Foundation, correct? And we're going to hear about nature-based solutions applied to a cassava value chain from the Debate and Development Resource Center in Nigeria. And with that, I'm going to close. Thanks a lot, and bon appetit for those of us who are in the room.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Bon après-midi. Do we have anybody online? Yeah, okay, great. Welcome everyone to the community of practice part of today's event. Apologies to those of you online for the late start. For anyone who's joining us online, my name is Kerry Max, and I have the privilege of working as part of the Partnering for Climate team in Global Affairs Canada. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I am speaking to you from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I recognize that we work in different places, and that many of you may be joining us from a different traditional Indigenous territory, and I would encourage you to take a moment to reflect on and acknowledge this. We're going to kick off this afternoon's meeting with presentations on coffee, cassava, and climate change adaptation. To my left, I have Stefan Ruge and Michael Opitz. Stefan, on my far left, is a sustainability specialist with experience on both sides of coffee, cocoa, and tea value chains. He works for Hans R. Neumann Stiftung, HRNS, an independent foundation in Germany working with smallholder farmers in coffee regions. En tant que gestionnaire de programme, Stéphane coordonne et gère l'initiative pour le café et le climat, dont nous parlerons dans un instant. Stéphane est titulaire d'une maîtrise en études latino-américaines et en développement durable de l'Université de Cologne. Michael, à mon gauche, Opitz est le directeur général de HRNS et travaille pour l'organisation depuis plus de 18 ans. Il est titulaire d'une maîtrise en économie agricole de l'Université de Londres et d'un diplôme d'ingénieur de l'Université de Göttingen? Yes, okay. Kevin West, I don't know if we can put him up. Kevin West, qui va nous rejoindre virtuellement, est vice-président des opérations de café chez Tim Hortons. Il travaille pour Tim Hortons depuis 26 ans. Kevin est également le seul panéliste que je connaisse à avoir un classement IMDb après avoir figuré dans un documentaire de 2014 de Food Factory intitulé « Smell the Coffee », Sentez le café. Enfin, passant du café au manioc, afin de mettre en lumière à la fois une culture commerciale et un aliment de base important, Jerry Nigwe est conseiller en développement économique communautaire au Centre des ressources pour le débat et le développement au Nigeria. As a development economist with over 17 years of experience in international development, Jerry specializes in rural development, agricultural economics, market systems, and livelihoods. and he has managed several livelihoods programs and economic resilience projects. Jerry studied international community economic development at Southern New Hampshire University, and he'll be joining us after the presentation on coffee. Before turning it over to our presenters, I did want to share a little bit of the history of our department's relationship with HRNS and Kevin of Tim Hortons. One of the best parts of my job as a Global Affairs Canada officer involves meeting and working with organizations that are supporting areas of common interest, and in turn connecting them to the right people in the department to help both them and Global Affairs Canada advance our shared objectives. Stefan, Michael, Kevin, and I have been talking together off and on for more than 2 years or 3 years. I think it's 4, but they're insisting it's 2 or 3, about the work that they are doing and supporting possible partnerships to support smallholder coffee farmers around the world. Ils ont rencontré des fonctionnaires de l'AMC d'Amérique centrale et d'Amérique du Sud, ainsi que des membres des équipes chargées de financement climatique et de sécurité alimentaire, dans l'espoir de trouver différents points d'entrée pour travailler ensemble et en particulier d'utiliser leurs relations préexistantes avec Tim Hortons pour essayer de créer un partenariat de financement mixte. Nous nous sommes restés en contact et on veillé à ce que nous nous tenions mutuellement au courant de nos efforts respectifs pour soutenir les petits producteurs agricoles dans les pays en développement. C'est ainsi qu'ils nous ont proposé de venir à Ottawa dans le cadre d'une tournée nord-américaine plus importante pour nous faire part de leurs réflexions. With that, Michael, Stefan, and Kevin, I turn the mic over to you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Kerry. Absolutely very interesting opportunity for us actually to form part of this fantastic round of experts. We were already taken very, very, I would think, emotionally and definitely also professionally onto an interesting journey in this morning, and we hope we can continue a bit in the afternoon. I'm only framing, presenting is going to be Stefan and it's going to be Kevin. I'm only framing a bit in the area in which we operate, just to give you a notion what Coffee and Climate means. Coffee and Climate is an initiative which is led by the private sector, so partners of us that cooperate with the foundation on addressing adaptation, first and foremost, in small-scale coffee farmer environments. There are 12.5 million coffee farming families that operate in the coffee sector. They have very little impact on greenhouse gas emissions, but yet they are the ones who in our sector really are going to have the heaviest burden when it comes to work with the impacts of climate change. And they deal in a very risky business. Coffee is risky not only because of market volatility, but also because of genetic narrowness. Is this a good word? There are only 2 species of coffee being grown out of 100 plus species that exist on coffee, and 60 of those species are endangered of extinction for reasons associated with climate change, but also other reasons like deforestation, you name them. There are quite a few that affect them. Production systems are dominated, and this is also a very common observation now in the coffee sectors, are dominated by technified ways of producing. Technified meaning that we have not only narrowed down the genetic potential of coffee, having 1 or 2 varieties in a field, but we also make these varieties produce maximum volumes of coffee by creating artificially conditions they have never lived in. Meaning bare soil, no shade, just full sun exposure. The other is that we definitely utilize a lot of fertilizers and pesticides to cure plant diseases that might affect the plants, and then comes climate change. Climate change is going to cause further challenges for coffee production, associated definitely with the spread of pests and diseases, unfortunate weather conditions, so water is becoming much more of an issue than ever before. And the same definitely will then have impacts on productivity levels. So there is need for adaptation. And this is what this project, what this initiative does. But it does not look into coffee from a technical perspective. Sure, there are best practices, there are good opportunities to support the plant surviving better, cooling down the production system, and maybe also further developing some further practices that can help the plant to better survive in difficult moments. But first and foremost, this project addresses the need of the producer community, of the producer families. And we had it also in our working group very strongly, the emphasis on the local ownership of anything that we are doing in terms of addressing climate change in the global south. It is people who need to take decisions, and we try to do all the best to give these people a good foundation for decisions to be taken to further develop their production systems. But it's always a very location-specific setting that we are looking for. It is always a very interesting dialogue between, obviously, values of the communities, their values and their wishes to protect nature, but obviously also then the compromise to feed their families and to generate incomes. For us, very clear, this only can be an intervention that looks broadly into production systems, broadly into communities, and in a holistic way addresses then the shortcomings that we currently face. To a certain extent, we are pushing the reset button, but on the other hand side, reset meaning going back to, well, indigenous knowledge, I would think, farming systems that have been integrated into nature, not rather going to the extremes that we currently see. And we are also pushing the button that goes towards modernization, because there are quite a few interesting developments that can enhance the decision-taking at the producer level. And yet we are very, very proud and very privileged to do this together with leaders in the coffee sector, like Tim Hortons, but there are more companies who join us.
Yeah, my name is Stefan Ruge. I'm program manager at the Hansa Neumann Stiftung in Hamburg. And well, there are many things that I love about my job and why what I do is more to me than just a job. Attending conferences, of course, it's fun, meeting interesting people. But what most fascinates me and where all my heart and soul for my job lies are the visits and exchanges with the smallholder farmer community and with smallholder farmers in the origin. And I'm personally very grateful for every conversation with them. They have taught me actually a lot, starting with basic coffee growing knowledge, but I've also learned a lot about humility, gratitude, hospitality, or not being afraid to get my clothes dirty because of hard work. So I've learned a lot from them. And therefore, it often hurts me when I travel to the origins and I see what the reality of life looks like for many of these families. And one of my first trips of the foundation, from the foundation, took me to Honduras. And we visited the farm and family of Santos. And like many coffee farming families in Honduras, they are struggling with the impacts of climate change, mainly, especially drought. And Santos told me that he was at his wit's end. So all the knowledge about coffee production that he had learned from his father 20 years ago was no longer of any use to him. He was simply desperate. And when I asked his son, Alexander, if he would like to continue with coffee, he only mentioned that he's trying to get to the United States. So I could see that coffee, that climate change, of course, affects coffee growing, but that coffee growing also affects the climate change, mainly through deforestation, or we have heard in the morning, for example, about wastewater and its inappropriate management. And what climate change means for Santos and other farmers in Honduras, we can see on this map. It's a projection of suitable areas for coffee growing until 2050, and yellow shows areas that might be saved for the coffee industry if right now we support adaptation activities like the promotion of nature-based solutions. Red are areas that will most likely be lost for coffee production, and green are areas that are still suitable, but as you can see, many are highlighted because Either they are under forest right now, or they are under protection of nature and protection. Next. And of course, there are also consequences for the coffee industry. So we have talked about that probably we will lose area for production, but also extreme and unpredictable weather has pushed historically predictable growing seasons and dry seasons into chaos. And we had cases of natural disasters, extreme weather events. We all remember Eta and Iota hitting Central America. And also climate change is a further push factor for the outbreak of diseases and pests on coffee farms. And after all this information, imagine if you were a teenager in a coffee producing region. Do you think you would like to continue with coffee growing? Well, probably I wouldn't do it. And the average age of a coffee farmer in Central America is 58. And I would like to show here another figure. The investment in sustainability in the coffee industry per year. It combines certification, it combines commitment of public donors, and also sustainable projects. And despite all the efforts and investment of the sector, coffee smallholder families have never been so vulnerable to external shocks, to climate change, than today. And we had COVID, we have the consequences of the current Ukraine war, and the impacts of climate change, of course, are becoming more drastic every year. And as an answer to these challenges, the Initiative for Coffee and Climate was founded in 2010 as an open, pre-competitive partnership of coffee companies and the development sector with the objective to provide coffee smallholder farming families around the world with the tools and knowledge to adapt their production systems to the impacts of climate change. And our members from the private sector cooperate together within Coffee and Climate and contribute their own know-how and experiences on climate change adaptation mitigation for continuous development of relevant climate knowledge for the coffee sector. And because we need to know for each specific location what are the best climate adaptation practices and strategies, we need to develop a systematic approach behind that. And the core model, the core work component for us is our Coffee and Climate approach, which you can see here, which represents a systematic approach by not providing a single set of answer, like the farmers have to do a certain practice, but instead providing information, concepts, and tools to support the development of locally appropriate climate adaptation and mitigation measures and strategies for the farmer community. And the starting point for us is a participatory climate risk assessment together with the farmer community. So we invite the farming families to a workshop and we ask them, hey, how do you perceive climate change actually? What are the main challenges for you regarding climate change? And maybe you already have some adaptation solutions. Maybe a neighboring farmer is trying out a new mulching material and it works out fine. Or maybe there are some knowledge gaps where we can support you as an initiative. And then, together with innovative farmers and local leaders, we, for example, establish trial plots to assess what kind of adaptation and mitigation solutions might be working best for the specific problem related to climate change. And those practices successfully evaluated on our trial plots are then being assessed through a cost-benefit analysis as well, so a cost-benefit is behind. And then all the knowledge that we generate as an initiative is a public good. So we make it available to the coffee sector via our Coffee and Climate Toolbox. It's an online knowledge library. And we also establish in all our different program regions a community of practice, where we also invite relevant stakeholders from the industry, NGO, government, to exchange on best practices and experiences, like we did today here in Ottawa. And as an initiative, we are currently working in 7 countries, in Guatemala, Honduras, Brazil, Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, and Indonesia. And in all of these countries, we have our own field offices, our own boots on the ground, our own agronomist, so we are in direct contact with the farmer community. And therefore also have a nice South-South exchange, because our colleagues from the regions also exchange about, hey, we need a problem, or we have a problem regarding organic composting. Oh yeah, Brazil might have biochar already evaluated, so can we have an exchange here? And also the feedback from the south coming back to our members to the northern countries, so that our private sector members directly get to know what is actually happening in their sourcing regions regarding climate change, directly being informed and also directly discussing coping strategies. And the question of how to establish the smallholder production systems of the future, as Michael mentioned, is a fundamental part of our work. And as a first step, we have evaluated the possibilities of promoting climate resilient systems that combine food security and income diversification at the same time. And as a result, we have developed the 5-to-1 system, which you can see here. So 5 rows of coffee and 1 row of an additional crop. In this case, it's avocado, and food crop. In this case, it's being corn and beans used as a mulching material to cover for soil management purposes. Next. And here you can see the family of Santos that I mentioned at the beginning. So Santos and his family joined Coffee and Climate in 2018. They received training on climate smart practices that were suitable and affordable for his family. And then step by step, we supported them towards the 5-to-1 production system, starting with cover crops and starting incorporating also shade trees or further cash crops. They also started their own honey business. In 2019, we established a weather station on their farm, because oftentimes getting information of climate or weather, it's really difficult in tropical regions. And Alexander, his son, joined in 2019 our youth program to become a climate pioneer, so local leader on and promoting adaptation. But we also know that the 5-to-1 system can only be an interim solution. So what can be further done? There exists the approach of conservation agriculture, like introducing cover crops. There's the approach of analog forestry. It's a restoration approach, looking for a balance between preservation of primary forest and economic benefits. However, the focus is less on production related to a specific crop, like coffee. And there is dynamic agroforestry, which we believe is a very promising approach. It is an approach that accelerates the succession processes through active interventions, such as pruning or thinning, and puts the production of agricultural products in the foreground. Cash crops, but also food crops. So how can you combine these cash and food crops into an agroforestry system? That's a system supports these crops and at the end increases the resilience. And next, please. And as the time passes, each species performing its functions creates the necessary conditions for the development of another, more demanding species. So it replicates the natural process of establishing forest. And the successional agroforestry systems are pretending to mimic the dynamics of natural forest. And what makes this dynamic agroforestry system so different to an analog forestry systems, it's also because you take away or you cut out organic materials like the trees and then promote the next species. So it's a really dynamic process. If you go to the next, please. And yeah, it's not just about assessing agroforestry systems in the initiative, it's also about further climate smart practices, but also household practices like the establishment of cooking stoves, the establishment of nurseries, also how can we strengthen women empowerment and local climate adaptation mitigation, so also looking at the household and family level. And all the knowledge again is made published via our Coffee and Climate Toolbox as a public good to the sector. And yeah, my last slide is also talking about the next steps for our program. So we are currently in the phase of designing the next program phase together with our members and our public partners. And we discussed today also in our working group that we need more alignment of complementary partners working in the same regions. There is a lot of knowledge, experiences out there, and we need to connect with different actors. And we believe that Coffee and Climate is an interesting initiative to become a knowledge hub for all the actors working on adaptation, mitigation in the coffee sector. And with that, I would hand over to Kevin.
Thanks, Stefan, and hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you today and to meet you virtually. As Max had introduced me, I'm Kevin West. I'm the Vice President of Coffee Operations for Tim Hortons. I'm responsible for the green coffee procurement, logistics, quality, and coffee sustainability for the organization. And as of this July, I'm celebrating my 26 years with Tim Hortons. Before I give you some reflections or thoughts on the Coffee and Climate Initiative, I wanted to give you a brief introduction to our sustainability work, and then I'll close out with my thoughts and reflections on coffee and climate. Tim Hortons has been operating sustainability programs since 2015, but over the last 3 years, we've made significant multi-million-dollar investments in smallholder coffee farmers. In total, we have 14 grant agreements working in 4 countries, reaching over 21,000 farmers, and 2 industry collaboration initiatives, one with the Coffee and Climate Initiative, and the other is with World Coffee Research, focusing on breeding and tree varieties. Our approach to sustainability is really designing and tailor-made programs by using the power of data. From there, we use a farmer-centered approach where we work with farmers, their families, workers on the farms, and the communities on technical and business skills to unlock their potential. We have 3 to 4 main priority areas for all of our sustainability work. The first is empowering through education and innovation, and introducing technologies, practices, and methodologies. A great example of that is the biofactory research project that we conducted in Brazil with a local university to address the pest and disease issues that we see throughout the coffee sector. The second pillar is building climate resilient production systems by focusing on climate smart and regen agriculture. One of the things that we're most proud of is taking into account the voices of women farmers and women agronomists and technicians. We have very specific targets around 1% of women and agronomists with all of our projects. And true and near and dear to our heart is the youth. Through, as many of you know, we have our Tim Hortons Children's Foundation focusing on young adults and youth. And all of our projects throughout the world have a specific focus on the next generation of coffee farmers. Recently, we just launched our Tim's for Good initiative and our Coffee for Communities program. That's how we're going to be communicating all this great work to our guests. If you haven't had a chance, please go on our website and take a look at the 4 videos that we just developed together with the Neumann Foundation. My personal favorite is the women farmer feature video. It's absolutely fantastic, and I'm quite sure you're going to get the chills watching that video. As I reflect on the Coffee and Climate Initiative, we've been part of the Coffee and Climate Initiative since 2012. Initially, it was really about presenting and sharing our perspectives and experiences through our coffee community programs across countries like Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Tanzania, and Brazil. But as we started to participate throughout and be active members of the initiative, we really realized the power of the Coffee and Climate Initiative and working collaboratively with peers in our industry. Our Coffee for Communities program has contributed to the development of the CNC methodologies by testing the tools across all of our project regions, where we've had a direct impact for more than 10,000 farmers within all of our projects. Most recently, our focus through Coffee and Climate has really been about scaling into new regions in Guatemala, benefiting 4 departments, 10 municipalities, 40 farmer organizations, and an incremental 3,800 farmers to the initiative. As I mentioned, we have 14 grant agreements in 4 different countries. That would be Indonesia, Brazil, Colombia, and Guatemala. And that gives us an incredible amount of data that in where we can really truly see the benefit of the implementation through all of our implementers. And while much of our work does cross over with the Coffee and Climate initiatives, there's a couple of key pillars that I think that makes this initiative unique from what I've seen around the world. The first one is a real focus on innovation and not doing the same thing over and over again. We continue to identify tools and techniques in unexplored microclimates and build climate change resiliency across smallholder producers. We're developing agents of change through the Climate Pioneer Program. You know, that Michael mentioned it in his opening in terms of the age of the coffee farmers globally. You know, our focus here is really about inspiring youth to drive and become the agents of change in their communities. And then finally is the community of practice. One of the things that I most enjoy about working with the Neumann Foundation and the Coffee and Climate Initiative is that it is truly pre-competitive. And it supports the incorporations of learnings and knowledge creations from all global projects that benefit the coffee sectors, national institutes, extension services, but most importantly, the farmers. And specifically for Coffee and Climate, it supports the producers in adapting to climate change. And as I look at TIMS, and I close out here with my remarks, truly this type of private-public partnership has made it possible to collaborate with development agencies such as Global Affairs Canada, where we had an amazing project with Global Affairs from 2014 to 2018, and IDRC, where we conducted some climate research project, some climate research in Colombia. And this has raised our efficiencies to scale our gender, our youth, and our climate change agenda in all of the Tim Hortons project. So I wanted to thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Kevin, Stefan, and Michael. We've got time for one question online, if there is one, and one in the room, and then we'll move on to Jerry and Cassava. Any online questions that we're aware of? No? Okay. Anything in the room? Yes. Just one moment for the mic.
I really enjoyed your presentation and the sort of flow from the community-led approach. So that's very clear, but how are those communities engaged with in the first place? So you have this, bottom-up approach, but how do those communities or those individual farmers become involved in this network and in the program?
Well, as Stefan was mentioning, we have boots on the ground. We do have local teams that obviously are then side by side working with the producers. So we are, and also guided by our partners from the industry, on purpose going to where nobody else goes. So really the remote areas, rather places which are more difficult to reach and where farmers are, farmer families are in more need than in areas where there's more focus on industry perspective. So really bottom of pyramid, we go on purpose in that areas. And yet another important element is that from our foundation, we very much work with local capacities, meaning that also, let's say, ultimately facilitators we recruit from the local communities. This is a very important lever for us because local conditions you cannot anticipate as you should in order to really reach the people. And this has to do with language, has to do with culture, has to do with the mindset of these people. This is why we rather identify leaders, trying to be very active in identifying young leaders with a capacity, and then obviously invite them to form part in the training program so that they can build up knowledge that can help their communities. This is what Climate Pioneers, basically, that Kevin was mentioning, is all about.
Okay, thank you very much to all three of you. Very much appreciated. And we're now going to shift from a global cash crop to an essential staple food, not just from Africa, also from the Americas. And I'll invite Jerry to join us online. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're
Could you pop up the slide deck?
Okay, just give us a moment, Jerry. Okay, you're all set.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Jerry Ruge. I'm actually a community economy development practitioner, and I put sustainability there because my work over the years has been, supporting especially, smallholder farmers, women, to ensuring that they implement good agricultural practices. And I've been doing that through the project I manage, back home in Nigeria. So let's just, start with some highlights about, cassava. For some of you who maybe are hearing about cassava for the first time. So I'm going to run through, first about cassava, talking about nature-based solution and the traditional application to cassava, applying nature-based solution to cassava, benefit of nature-based solution, challenges, as well as response to challenges. Then I conclude. Thank you. Next. Okay, cassava is actually indigenous to South America. Like we all know that cassava started from South American countries before it got to Africa. But in Africa, it's a staple food, and it can withstand very unfavorable condition like drought and acid infertile soils. It can also be harvested between 8 to 24 months after planting, depending on the variety as well as soil condition. It is the fourth largest staple food in the world after rice, wheat, and maize. About 800 million people depend on cassava as a source of food as well as income. Nigeria is recognized as the world's largest cassava producer, with an annual production of about 60 million tons of cassava tubers. 85% of this is consumed locally, and 16% is used as raw material. One of the most important food crops in Nigeria has grown about 30 million, almost 1/3 of the population, which are smallholder farmers. It can be processed into a variety of products, including fufu, gari, starch, flour, biscuits, cakes, ethanol, and other sorts of industrial use. Yes. It's a major source of carbohydrates, providing over 50% of daily calorie intake. It serves as a great source of income for small-scale farmers, most especially women in sub-Saharan Africa. Cassava is also used as animal feed and for industrial use, particularly for paper, textiles, and biofuels. Okay, good. So I'm not going to go over what nature-based solutions means, but I just want to inform you that cassava traditionally have been always incorporated nature-based solution. Though currently it faces a whole lot of challenges, including pests and diseases, soil degradation, and also climate change. Climate change ranging from irregular rainfall, reduced soil fertility, deforestation, driven in part by declining yields that require a lot of people moving from one lands to another while in search of cultivable land. Nature-based solutions have been applied to cassava value chain, and that the intervention that uses nature and process to address challenges. This approach, as commonly used, includes agroforestry, soil conservation measures, organic farming, biological pest control, and use of renewable energy. Yes. Okay, so as a result of climate change impacts, whether from intensive or erratic rainfall, or whether it's from increased salinization or increased temperatures, it has actually impacted agriculture, which cassava is the most impacted. There have been increase in diseases, as we have observed recently, and the increase in lower yields because people are not practicing good agricultural practices, And also that has also impacted on the lower nutritive value of cassava. So by incorporating this nature-based solution, farmers can actually help to improve soil health, reduce water consumption, enhance biodiversity, and mitigate climate change impact and promote overall ecological balance. Furthermore, this approach fosters socio-economic benefit by increasing farmer income, improving food security, and promoting sustainable livelihood within cassava-producing communities. Now, applying nature-based solution. This involves, for example, agroforestry. It involves planting trees alongside cassava, which can help to improve soil fertility and reduce erosion. So this has always been used in Nigeria, that farmers, while planting cassava, they will plant, some trees, in between the furrows, so as to help to improve soil fertility, because some of them are nitrogen-fixing plants, so they help to increase soil fertility and also reduce erosion. Another practice is also intercropping. When you plant cassava with other crops, it could be groundnut, it could be beans, it could be other crops that can actually grow vegetable, maize, okra, that can grow alongside with cassava. And while planting those other crops, it helps to provide cover, and shade for cassava. And some other practices include crop rotation, or bush fallowing, where you allow a particular farm to wait for 1 year before you go back to it. So while doing this, we're also applying organic matter that can help to improve soil fertility and prevent erosion. The another way is through pest and disease management. As nature-based solution, farmers also introduce some species that can actually help to fight pests and diseases in order to improve cassava yield. Right. So farmers also use terracing and water harvesting, meaning that in a place where the rainfall is not stable enough, they can create a small ditch in order to harvest water so that they can use that water for irrigation during dry season. Then protecting and restoring natural habitats such as forests and wetland have also helped to conserve biodiversity and provide ecosystems that benefit the cassava value chain. So in processing as well, nature-based solution has also been applied, whether through the use of energy-efficient system, maybe solar dryers, using biomass energy sources, has always been used as part of processing of cassava. Go ahead. Okay. Traditionally, what has been introduced now is what we call choco oven. Choco oven helps those who fry or process cassava into gari. Uses low fuel wood, and that fuel wood can actually serve and protect especially the women from taking in the smoke that comes from the wood. So the choco oven is a local innovation that has been introduced, which is also a nature-based solution. So fermentation is also part of a nature-based solution because it involves soaking of cassava, for about 3 to 4 days in water, which allows the natural organism to break down, cyanogenic compounds into harmless compounds. Cyanide is a very toxic compound. So when you ferment it, it helps to digest it and break it down into harmless, compounds. So sun drying is also another way where roots and chips are dried for preservation. Another method is grinding, which often using mortar and pestle to grind cassava into flour or paste instead of using fossil fuel to power the machine that helps you grind. Then water conservation also, cassava uses a lot of water during processing. So nature-based solutions like water recycling systems and biofiltration has also been implemented to treat and reuse water generated. Implementing anaerobic digestion. I know some projects are funding this practice, in order to reduce the methane emission, which is a potent greenhouse gas. Okay, yeah. This is sun drying of the cassava. I know some projects have also introduced solar sun drying because they've realized that rodents sometimes infest or eat up the cassava that have been sun dried. So they're introducing an enclosure where solar power dryers are being used. By my right hand side is the local fermentation of cassava. so that they can fry it into gari in 3 days or 4 days time. Go ahead. So in distribution, traditionally, farmers has always used different methods to distribute, cassava. But for sustainable transportation, we're looking at the use of electric or hybrid vehicles, which are not common, back home or in Africa. So promoting sustainable transport models, such as cycling and walking, can help, but it depends on the load that you're carrying. So the practice that has always been done is, people using their bicycles to carry, cassava, to the market. So it helps to reduce emission and improve transport efficiency. The use of biodegradable or compostable packaging materials is also very good, or using natural storage technique like storing in pigs underground when you don't want pests and disease to infect, or bacteria to infect, the packaging of cassava. You can actually, come up with a solution to reduce waste and promote sustainable practice. Then promoting community-supported agriculture, and this could be through encouraging, women or men to form a cooperative, because in that cooperative, everybody brings their produce together and they can sell in bulk to the middlemen. So this discourages everybody from going to the market or paying for transportation with motorbikes to go to the market. So it's very efficient. Then the use of efficient supply chain management, such as using digital technology to improve traceability and reduce food waste, can also help increase efficiency and reduce environmental impact in distribution. So the benefit of applying nature-based solution to cassava value chain, we are looking at increased productivity and yield, because it helps improve soil fertility, reduce erosion, and protect cassava from pests and diseases. Then we're also looking at improving resilience of cassava value chain to the impact of climate change, such as changes in rainfall patterns and increased temperatures. We're also looking at use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, which can have negative impact on the environment, such as soil erosion, water pollution, and loss of biodiversity. Good. Then nature-based solution can also help to create additional income for small-scale farmers through the production of a value-added cassava produce. It also helps to strengthen community resilience and livelihood by providing sustainable agricultural practice and enhancing natural resource management and reducing vulnerability to external shocks. It also helps to improve food security and nutrition by increasing productivity and yield. Okay, yeah, some success stories has also been recorded through the use of climate-smart agricultural practices, as has improved water management and use of drought-tolerant cassava varieties. In Nigeria, we have about more than 5,000 varieties of cassava that are currently being used. So each is applied based on soil condition as well as environmental conditions. So the study has found out that about 60%, cassava yields increased about 60% when farmers use these practices. And also applying alternate fallowing means that you're leaving a particular farm over time and go to another farm to plant and return back to that farm over a year or two. Also, it helps increase cassava productivity for 46%. Then the value of organic fertilizer is also very important, because while applying organic fertilizer, productivity of cassava also increased by 91.9%. So what are the challenges of applying? Lack of awareness is actually, key, because, farmers are applying this nature-based solution, but they don't necessarily know the impact on the environment. Their major concern is about the productivity of cassava. So lack of awareness is key, which, we have also noticed. And this is across both the local government, states, federal as well as regional level. So it's there. Then changing mindset, shifting from traditional practices to new practices, also very important, because we realize that when women are used to certain practices, of planting cassava, when you introduce a new practice, whether you expect them to, rotate their crop or use bush fallowing, their concern there is, access to land. Because Nigeria practices a land tenure system where government, owns all the land, and there's also a communal land. But community gives land to men, not to women. So it's always a challenge because if you let them know that crop rotation is a way of helping to enhance productivity of cassava, the complaint is we don't have land, we don't have anywhere to go, so we continue to use that piece of land on year in, year out. The limited technical know-how is also an issue. So we need to train the extension workers to understand nature-based solution practices and also be able to advance that to the farmers. The cost of switching to more climate-adaptive technology, like I've mentioned, if you want to introduce eco-efficient systems, whether it's solar-powered dryers, or whether you want to introduce anything that has to do with improving what is currently being done. So the cost of doing that is actually on the way high. So farmers cannot afford that. The rural financial architecture is also a problem because at the community level, apart from those who are in the cooperative, they don't have the resources, to even, support, extension service providers to come in or even participate in, training or buy improve, variety. So it's something that, has been an inhibiting factor. So climate change can also affect the availability and quality of cassava implementation. For example, last year we had a very serious flooding in Nigeria, which affected almost all the cassava plants. So if you want to go back there to implement a nature-based solution, you might not necessarily see a good cassava that you can actually use for the implementation. All right. So raising awareness is very important among all the stakeholders in the value chain. Advocating for measures to strengthen climate resilience is also very key. And this could come in through extension services. Unfortunately, the extension service workers in Nigeria is not the way it used to be in the past. Some have retired and the government is not recruiting additional, and resources are also not there to support them to reach out to the farmers. So raising awareness is key to ensure that they understand, the impact, as well as understand the importance of introducing the nature-based solution and strengthening the process. Then providing the necessary evidence base, is very key because if you are letting them know, the percentage increase when they apply new practices, they will believe you more. And the technical support is also needed to promote nature-based solution. This can include training on sustainable agricultural practices, renewable energy technologies, and sustainable supply chain management. Then as looking at the platforms, existing platforms available, and strengthening them to provide, peer-to-peer learning. It could be at in-country, it could be at regional exchanges, it could be at formal field schools, and making sure that the extension service providers are also strengthened to provide those services. Then improving rural financial architecture is also one of those. So that finances is provided to invest in climate solution at the local level. Then strengthening partnership and collaboration because almost everybody is working on silo. There are different projects, whether it's supported by African Development Bank, some are being implemented by UNDP, some are implemented by IISD. So we need that level of collaboration, so that people will understand ways to go and also how to implement this project at the local level. Then supportive policies and regulations are also very key. This can also include, incentives for sustainable practices. It could be tax break because, in Nigeria, processing cassava is, very high capital intensive because cassava contains a lot of water. So you cannot move cassava from Nigeria to another country because it takes a whole lot. So the best practice is to process it locally so that, industries can also use that. So government has to come in with policies that will promote, private sector investment, whether it's in the production sector or whether it's in the processing sector. So it's highly needed. And also helping to improve, road distribution for farmers to bring out those produce to the market. It's also very key in that regard. The monitoring and evaluation is also important because as we are also ensuring that farmers are implementing nature-based solution, we also need to, monitor, the progress achieved so far, having a kind of control where they are not actually implementing nature-based solution and when they're implementing nature-based solution, what are the changes what changes have they recorded and what can we actually help to strengthen that process? So MIE is key in that. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Okay, we've got time for online and in-room questions. Anything online? Not yet? Okay. Anything in the room? Please, just.
How did you measure improvement in productivity?
Jerry, did you get that? How are you measuring, or how do you measure improvement in productivity?
Okay. Okay, so we will look at, for example, how many tons of cassava can you produce per hectare? Currently, farmers in Nigeria produce about 6 tons per hectare, but the average hectare should be close to 11 tons per hectare. So improving that productivity means that you're measuring what you can actually get, per hectare. So if you're able to improve from 6 to 11 to 15, meaning that, you're actually measuring that, productivity of cassava is actually going on the high. Then you can also look at productivity in terms of your access to, land, access to labor. So if you're able to have additional land where you can actually plant cassava and also have resources to pay for the labor, meaning that you are expecting, huge, harvest, at the end of the day.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, Veronica.
Thank you. I was just interested when you mentioned, Jerry, about how there are certain climate impacts that were very severe that would reduce the yields or just wipe out the crop entirely. So how would you respond to that? And given that you're obviously demonstrating some thresholds to what nature-based solutions can do.
Okay. Right now, there's a lot of complexities pertaining farming in Nigeria, because I'm sure that we have heard about herders and farmers, conflict, which has led to lots of lives. The herders are moving their cattle where there are water and where there are green grass, where they can feed. So while moving those cattle to where there are water, where there are green grass, they are also eating cassava. They're also eating vegetables, leading to conflict. So if there's a lot of climate variability going up in the north, meaning that there's lesser rainfall in the north, so there is a lot of movement going up also. Then in the south, where there's land tenure system, the lands are not much for people to plant or for people to implement rotational farming or bush fallowing, which are good agricultural practices, which are nature-based solutions, meaning that farmers will continue to farm on a particular piece of land that will guarantee low yield. So while doing that, it's also impacting on the yield. It's also impacting on, the environmental impact, making sure that erosion and flooding is actually, taking place in that land, because the way they are planting is not based on good agricultural practices.
Thank you very much.
We've got one more question at the back, 2 more questions.
Thank you. We heard from the previous presentation, and we saw that agroforestry is emerging as a promising NBS. And we've heard from you that is the same, the case. Do you know the productivity of agroforestry systems compared to the monoculture that is existing in in neighboring communities, or where you are not supporting these agroforestry systems? Have you done that comparison? Do you see some challenges that farmers would have implementing agroforestry?
Okay. Should I go?
Yep, please, Jerry, and then we'll take the last question.
Okay, good. I'm not sure, studies have been specific on the adoption of agroforestry as an NBS, approach. But what I would say is, agroforestry has always, been applied by farmers, not just, to support NBS, but also as a part of, coming up with other sources of income, increasing their livelihood. For example, farmers who plant, some, seed crops, or maybe they plant, they have some mango trees, or they have some plantains, or they have other, trees that can actually generate, what they can sell, to the market. It helps to, add those additional income, to them. But in terms of what is currently being practiced, because oftentimes they are not planting the right, trees. So, and why you don't plant the right trees, the tendency for you to achieve the nitrogen fixing, outcome, is defeated. So that's where awareness is needed, so that, while we are encouraging agroforestry, we also need to teach farmers the right type of trees, to be adopted, not just any tree. Because, for example, if you have a palm tree where you grow your cassava, it's going to impact on the growth of the cassava. But if you have a tree that can actually help in fixing nitrogen to the soil and providing shade, and helping to address, soil erosion, that means there will be impact on the yield of cassava. So it depends. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. And one last question.
Thank you. My question was also a follow-up to the previous question. You've mentioned agroforestry, and I think it's very interesting. We do work in that area as well. So I'm just wondering, because you've mentioned extension worker actually retiring and farming school, but how much is agroforestry included in the formal training in schools, in agroeconomy school? And sorry, I'm francophone, no, mais en agriculture. Did you
catch that? To what extent is agroforestry included in the curriculum of the training, the agricultural training?
It is there, but the problem is the literacy level for those at the villages, to understand, that level of information. The extension service provider, they're all aware of, types of, trees to go with the cassava. But the problem is the information getting to the rural is not adequate enough to sensitize. And oftentimes, like I said, mindset, is also there, need to be changed, because people are used to certain trees to be planted, but they don't also understand the impact of those trees they are planting. So there's need for, more extension, services to get to the rural, especially the smallholder farmers, on the impact and the benefit of agroforestry, not just to the productivity of cassava, but also to the environment and climate benefits.
Okay, well, thank you very much for taking the time, Jerry. We greatly appreciate it, and we look forward to following up.
You're welcome.
Celine, can I invite you up? Alors, on va parler maintenant de la communauté de pratique. Et malgré que beaucoup d'entre vous dans la salle et en ligne font partie du voyage de la communauté de pratique depuis ses débuts, d'autres sont nouveaux. Alors, je commencerai donc par un rappel de nos origines. Au cours de l'été 2020, alors qu'Affaires mondiales Canada menait une consultation pour aider à définir le prochain engagement du Canada en matière de financement de la lutte contre les changements climatiques, nous avons organisé une série de webinaires et de réunions avec la société civile canadienne et des représentants des 3 organisations autochtones nationales. Au cours de ces événements, il est apparu clairement que nos partenaires, vous, s'engageaient fermement à soutenir l'adaptation au changement climatique dans les pays en développement, y compris les solutions locales fondées sur la nature. Il est également apparu clairement que le gouvernement avait la possibilité de tirer parti des connaissances, des expertises, des ressources et de vos réseaux de la société civile des peuples autochtones et d'autres organisations au Canada pour aider les pays en développement à atteindre leurs objectifs en matière d'adaptation au changement climatique. But what really drove the commitment to a community of practice and to promote a community of practice was the clear message that while many organizations wanted to support nature-based solutions, they faced significant gaps in their knowledge and in their partners' knowledge and experience. And it was also clear from other research that we had done on climate finance that providing project funding alone would limit our ability as a broad community to help build the knowledge and capacity in nature-based solutions best practice, both in developing countries and among our partners here in Canada. So with that in mind, when we designed Partnering for Climate, we explicitly included an outreach and engagement component with a commitment to help strengthen and deepen the capacity of organizations in Canada to work with their partners in developing countries to implement nature-based solutions for climate change, adaptation, and biodiversity. Nous nous sommes engagés également à recueillir et à partager dans les meilleurs délais et en toute transparence les enseignements et les bonnes pratiques tirées de notre travail et de celui des autres et à rendre ces informations accessibles à nos partenaires du Sud. Pour s'assurer que la gestion du partenariat pour le climat reflétait les besoins et les points de vue des ONG dans le domaine de l'environnement et du développement, notre équipe a rencontré à nombreuses reprises des membres de Coopération Canada, de la Coalition canadienne sur le changement climatique et le développement, C4D, de l'Association québécoise des organismes de coopération internationale, AKOSI, et de l'Association canadienne des professionnels du développement international, CAIDEP. Nous avons également organisé des réunions collectives et individuelles avec des représentants de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, de l'Inuit Taperit Kanatami et de l'Assemblée nationale des Métis. Ces réunions ont joué un rôle essentiel dans la conception de l'initiative Partenariat des peuples autochtones pour le climat, dont Céline vous parlera en plus détail dans un instant. To kick off the process of co-creating a community of practice that represented this vision, we worked very closely with C4D representatives with phenomenal logistic support from IISD to set the stage for some of the early thinking about community of practice, governance, membership, and areas of focus. We also solicited the views of participants in nature-based solutions, webinars and events, and held follow-up conversations with representatives of national Indigenous organizations to ensure their perspectives were reflected. The first meeting of the community of practice took place just over a year ago on June 2nd as part of a Nature-Based Solutions for Climate Change Adaptation learning event organized by C4D, the Food Security Policy Group, and IISD. And since then, we've come together as members of the community of practice, either directly or indirectly, at COP27 in Egypt, COP15 in Montreal, and during this year's International Development Week in February. La réunion de la Semaine du développement international était la première de ce qui sera une réunion annuelle régulière de la communauté de pratique pour explorer des questions clés d'intérêt. Ces réunions permettront également à partager les enseignements tirés de partenariats pour le climat et d'autres projets favorables à la nature financés par Affaires mondiales Canada, ainsi que des leçons apprises par le projet de l'IUCN qui accompagne ces efforts. Cette année, la réunion de février a donné lieu à des informations sur les solutions marines fondées sur la nature, fournies par l'IUCN, et à une discussion approfondie menée par Graham Reed de l'APN sur les perspectives autochtones en matière de solutions fondées sur la nature. Il a également donné lieu à de précieuses discussions sur la manière dont notre communauté de pratique pourrait apporter une valeur ajoutée distincte aux autres initiatives de partage de connaissances dans le domaine des approches fondées sur la nature ou les écosystèmes. Les principales suggestions ont été de se concentrer sur les questions des solutions fondées sur la nature et l'intersection de l'égalité des genres et d'aider à partager et promouvoir les perspectives, les connaissances et l'expérience des populations autochtones au Canada et dans le monde. And that brings us to the present. Since February, we have continued conversations with C4D, and they have continued to discuss the community of practice internally, including key principles for governance and inclusion. And they have developed a draft principles document that will be reviewed by the steering committee and then posted onto the Community of Practice website, which is being hosted by IISD as part of the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative. C4D and Global Affairs Canada also met recently with representatives from the AFN, the Inuit Circumpolar Council, and the Métis National Council to further discuss the community of practice. And we hope to welcome representatives from these organizations soon as members of the Community of Practice Steering Committee. And with this, I will now turn to Celine Heinbecker, the director of our Climate Finance Partnerships Unit, to provide an update on the Indigenous Peoples Partnering for Climate initiative. Merci.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Celine Heinbecker, and I have the privilege of working with Kerry and a few other people in the room in my team, and with the broader community. I've gotten to speak with a few of you today, and it's great to see everybody. So Kerry has talked about some of the, I think, policy and substance of partnering for climate in the morning. I had another commitment, so I missed some of that, so I'm going to try to make sure that I don't repeat that. I'm going to speak a little bit about the Indigenous Peoples Partnering for Climate initiative and touch on a little bit of process, sort of the mechanics of what we're working on. So on the Indigenous Peoples Partnering for Climate initiative, it's $15 million that was set aside specifically to work with Indigenous communities in Canada to support them partnering with Indigenous communities in developing countries. And that set aside of funding was the result of the input we received from national Indigenous organizations in the process that Kerry described early to form the current climate finance commitment. We heard the message that there needed to be dedicated funding, and so we were very happy to be able to put that money aside, and we have been working on a separate track for that funding. We worked with the three national Indigenous organizations representing the three distinctions in a working group to shape the initiative to make sure that we were centering their leadership, their priorities in the initiative. And lots of people today have talked about the importance of Indigenous and traditional knowledge and local knowledge, and that's loud and clear in the initiative that we're working on. Par exemple, une chose qu'on a entendue, et c'est très évident, c'est qu'il faut prendre le temps pour former des relations, pour se comprendre, pour avoir un espace ensemble où on a confiance dans tous les gens qui sont impliqués dans un processus. Donc ça, c'est une très, très importante leçon pour nous. Normalement, on a des processus très stricts à Affaires mondiales Canada. On en est très conscient. Et normalement, on a une certaine période pour ouvrir, par exemple, un appel à proposition. Mais on a entendu qu'il fallait plus de temps pour nos appels à proposition. Donc, on a pu négocier à l'intérieur de notre système et on a doublé le temps pour l'appel de proposition. The other thing that I think would also resonate with people who are not in Indigenous communities as well is that it's important to try and simplify our application processes. We know that we ask for a lot. There are reasons why we ask for the documentation that we need when we're assessing ideas for funding. But we tried as best as we could to simplify the process, maybe defer some of the information that was needed to a different stage, so that we would make our process as inviting as possible for applicants. I think some people would probably say that we could have gone further, and we're aware of that, but we're slowly but surely trying to build these lessons and use this pilot to help shape how we do things. There are also very basic things about identity, for example. In our portal, which some people may have used, before, it's a very simple thing. If you're registering with our department because you want to engage with us and seek funding for an idea that you have to self-identify. And in the drop-down menu, there wasn't such a thing as Indigenous organization as an option. You were a CSO or a university or private sector, whole bunch of categories, but not a category that reflected what an Indigenous organization would want to choose in the drop-down menu. So we have fixed that. It's very small, but it's something that hadn't been fixed before. Donc on essaie d'utiliser les leçons de la réconciliation pour améliorer des choses très petites, mais qui ont quand même beaucoup d'importance pour les organisations avec qui on travaille. Et aussi, il y a des questions plus larges sur le contenu même de nos initiatives. Et c'est vraiment le groupe de travail avec les 3 organisations nationales. Ce travail nous aide beaucoup à comprendre comment réorienter notre travail pour faire avancer la réconciliation. In terms of learning, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action included that for public servants, federal public servants have to do better to learn about history and the current realities. And I think everyone in this room can relate to that. We've been talking about the importance of listening and understanding Indigenous perspectives and knowledge. And I personally have learned a lot in the time since I've joined this file. I think all of my teammates would say the same thing. And we've benefited from working with the national Indigenous organizations who give a lot of their time and expertise. And we're very grateful for the collaboration that we have with them on that. So all of these things that I've mentioned fit into a bigger context. Many people would know about the Grants and Contributions Transformation Initiative in our department, which is a once-in-a-generation look at the system writ large, all of the various things that connect with each other that many of you interact with. And we are feeding the lessons that we are learning from the Indigenous Initiative into that bigger process to see what just makes good sense and could potentially be adopted in different contexts. So there is a connection there for those of you who might be engaging with the department on that. And then I think I'm going to quickly glance at Kerry to see if I have time and if it makes sense to explain a little bit about timelines on Partnering for Climate. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat. So you may have heard before from us that we are using a different approach for Partnering for Climate in that there are a set number of ways that the department can receive proposals for funding. And this is where the process, it's a little dry, but it's really important. So I do want to share a bit about that. Those of you who are engaged in the process know that we didn't do a traditional call for proposals. Those are very, very highly structured. There are all sorts of very clear rules around how they work. We did something that's a bit of a sort of a hybrid of a few mechanisms. And the reason we did that is that we were under a time crunch, which we all know is an issue for everyone engaged in this. So we couldn't use our usual mechanisms given how little time there was to, get this launched as an initiative. So the team, and I can't take credit for this, Kerry and others were in the team before I was, they came up with a creative way of having a kind of an open window when people could submit concept notes on a rolling basis, and then we invited full proposals also on a rolling basis, so it didn't all happen on one date and everything else on the next date. Ceci veut dire qu'on a reçu des propositions complètes, pas toutes le même jour, la même date d'échéance. C'était pendant plusieurs mois, on a reçu des propositions complètes et on a commencé à les évaluer au fur et à mesure qu'on les recevait. La dernière est arrivée en fin octobre, et donc on est toujours dans le processus d'évaluation. Je sais qu'il y a des organisations qui attendent encore des nouvelles. Il y en a certaines qui ont déjà leurs nouvelles. Il y a des projets qui ont été annoncés déjà par le gouvernement. Et on espère qu'on aura des nouvelles d'ici la fin de l'été. Enfin, dans les prochaines semaines, on travaille très très fort pour avoir des réponses pour tout le monde. Et les annonces vont suivre, les annonces publiques. And so I understand that means that some people, have the news that they wanted to have and they got it earlier. Others are still waiting. We are learning about this. We haven't done this before, having sort of a rolling evaluation process. There are pros and cons. The pro part is that, some people are already working on their projects. The con is that, some people are still waiting. But if we had done a traditional call for proposals, no one would have had any news yet. Based on how things normally work. So this was the best thing that we could come up with, and we are open to hearing your experience of this process because, again, in the context of grants and contributions transformation, every lesson that we get from every aspect of partnering for climate, we're feeding into those bigger discussions, and we are happy to hear from you about that. So I think that's enough. And I'll have a seat there. Merci beaucoup.
Did you want to come up just in case? So, as Celine was speaking, I was thinking that there really are three layers to this community of practice. There's no way of avoiding that there's a core partnering for climate layer, and she's spoken to that. But there's a broader working in this space with Global Affairs Canada layer, and I think that there's some really interesting two-way learnings that are happening there. And then there's the original intention of the community of practice, which is to really ensure that best practices, lessons learned, and things to avoid are shared, known, and translated as quickly as possible to our partners in the Global South and around the world, because nobody has the time to get the nature-based solutions agenda right, given the existential threats that we're facing. So this is your opportunity to ask in any of those layers. Ideally, we'd stay away from Partnering for Climate and the Global Affairs Canada, but this is you are the community of practice. This is a co-created, this is not a Global Affairs Canada, vetoed or structured initiative. Alors, j'aimerais ouvrir la salle à des questions, des commentaires. Were you saying that there's some en ligne? OK, alors on peut commencer en ligne.
So the questions online, and we can choose how we go about this, were actually referenced to the presentations before, and people are keen to have responses to that. So if there's any first on the community of practice component, we can start there. If not, I can start with the ones that we already got online.
Why don't you tell us what the ones that were online, how many are there?
It's just 2 of them.
Okay, so let us know what those are, and then we can mix them in.
So the first question here, I believe it was to the group that presented on coffee with the Tim Hortons representative. The question here says, how did you respect the indigenous knowledge or clarify if the approach is, in fact, a synergy among knowledge systems?
Okay, and I feel horrible because I forgot to mention that, in fact, they were on their way out to catch a plane. So I'd hope to sort of, at least thank them for what they did. I will pass that question on, and we'll get back to the questioner.
Okay, and the next question here is asking, how can we mitigate the actual and perceived risk for farmers of switching practices? Real risk can include temporary declines in productivity. Perceived risks relate to reversibility if it doesn't work out. Mm-hmm. Research suggests reversibility is a key determining factor to farmers being willing to switch practices. So going back to the question, how can we mitigate the actual and perceived risk for farmers of switching practices? And I believe this might have been targeted to Jerry's presentation.
Although I suspect that there are a number of people in the room that might have some insights into that. And it really does speak to one of the core risks that we've identified in assessing the Partnering for Climate nature-based solutions programming, which is, a lot of the solutions that are proposed require access to finance, and access to finance that's sufficient to cover foregone or lost productivity while those changes are made that will then result in overall better sustainability and productivity. So if anyone in the room wants to tackle those, but also maybe we could take maybe a round of 2 or 3 questions on the community of practice, and then everybody can sort of jump in. All right, if I could start there, and then with Anil.
Hi, thank you. I'm Olivia from WUSC. It's actually a link between the two. My question is about the community of practice. Could we have a session on the more negative case studies, what not to do, basically? And so linked to this, this type of question. What are the risks? How can we avoid them? Can you explain what happened in detail in those case studies? Yeah.
So you're stealing my thunder of the closing remarks, because I was going to speak to the future events. IISD has already mentioned that we will have the good fortune of being able to come back here in the fall to talk about gender equality and social inclusion. But the idea for the International Development Week annual meeting was that becomes the forum for a once-a-year check-in, and IUCN will be there, as will IISD, based on the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative work that they're doing. And that will be the real opportunity we will have for, very honestly, and that's why I put transparently in the notes, to speak about what is working and what isn't working. And part of IISD's part of IUCN's mandate is we've said to them, you've developed these very robust global standards. In real life, many of these will be very, very hard to do. So are you going to be able to help our partners find shortcuts, or are you going to be able to help troubleshoot the issues that our partners are running into, or the mistakes that they're making in the process, and then share those learnings with us? So what we're really hoping to do, it's likely going to be next February, greatest weather to do that. It's where we come together again, and there will definitely be a component of that community of practice discussion where, for the very first time, we'll be able to put actual lessons learned, pro and con, from Partnering for Climate and Nature Positive programming on the table. And just to round that off with Celine's point about timing, when we come together in the fall for the gender equality and social inclusion discussion, Partnering for Climate will be fully allocated and fully announced. Well, maybe not fully announced, probably fully announced. So at the very least, that uncertainty won't continue to dog us as it has up to now. Anil?
Thanks, Kerry. Just to the earlier question that was raised, what I've been wondering is, for certain agricultural commodities like marine products, we have valid eco-certification systems like the Marine Stewardship Council, which does, in many cases, offer some price premiums. So what I wonder is, and that what we're trying to get at a bit in the Ethiopia project I mentioned, but I wonder on a sector-wide basis for certain very climatically vulnerable crops like coffee, like cacao, what the industry thinks or what our chances are of getting the industry to go to a robust eco-certification system, which would then give a price premium, which could help to offset some of the opportunity costs, some of the costs that are involved in going to that higher standard. It's more of a thought than a question, but I don't know if anyone has enough information on that.
And maybe I can tackle that and the question on the previous question. Just by sharing, we started the morning at 7 o'clock at Zach's with the coffee and resiliency folks and had a chance to have a conversation, including about this. And they emphasized that the certification process is great, but it's incredibly expensive. And it's not so much at this point the be-all and end-all of a lot of private sector coffee players in the value chains. They're increasingly focusing on resilient livelihoods, on diverse livelihoods. And in fact, part of the Coffee and Climate Initiative is focused on diversifying the income streams of those coffee farmers, knowing that for a variety of reasons, either lack of price premiums or impacts of climate change, coffee will become less and less a contributor potentially to their income stream. So I think your question is very, very appropriate, that if we head into the territory of really solid prices with good eco-certification, that would be one angle. But I think we have to go more holistically, take a more landscape approach to a family farm, and also focus, as the Neumann Foundation does, on women's economic development and diverse sources of income to shore up what those farmers are doing. And that could address, to an extent, the problem with the bridge financing and the timing of making those changes that need to be made so that you've got resilient crops, resilient productivity, but in the meantime, you're actually losing income as you're shifting.
Merci. J'ai deux questions. Le premier point, c'est concernant le suivi-évaluation. On en a parlé un petit peu ce matin, des indicateurs de biodiversité, etc. Pour ma part, je pense que ce serait très intéressant que la communauté de pratique se penche un peu ou partage un peu sur les indicateurs qui sont utilisés dans le cadre des projets de partenariat pour le climat, parce que je pense que tout le monde a fait ces travaux, toutes les organisations impliquées ont fait leurs propres travaux, il y a eu des discussions, il y a eu des échanges avec Affaires mondiales Canada à ce sujet-là. Ce serait intéressant de voir quelles sont les différentes options, quels sont les différents chemins suivis et comment est-ce que ça fonctionne, avoir un peu de retour là-dessus, parce que c'est un apprentissage commun, je pense, qui est fait. La deuxième thématique sur laquelle je trouvais que ce serait intéressant que la communauté de pratique partage, c'est on parle de solutions basées sur la nature, qui est une des approches, si on veut, pour améliorer la résilience notamment, et des communautés avec lesquelles on travaille. C'est pas le seul outil, il y a beaucoup de liens à faire avec le financement agricole, avec la gestion du risque, je pense aux micro-assurances, qui sont aussi des solutions qui permettent d'améliorer la résilience, diminuer la vulnérabilité, qui permettent aussi de diminuer les impacts sur l'environnement, sur l'environnement dans lequel les communautés vivent. Et je serais intéressé aussi à en voir un peu quels ont été les liens qui ont été faits dans le cadre des projets, et de ne pas avoir uniquement une vision uniquement technique des solutions fondées sur la nature, mais comment est-ce que ça s'inscrit dans une approche peut-être écosystémique ou une approche plus holistique là, de travail sur la résilience et la vulnérabilité.
Merci, je suis complètement d'accord. Je pense que ce sont deux suggestions merveilleuses. Une des choses qu'on va faire, alors Canada offre Vancouver comme l'endroit pour la prochaine réunion du Facilité environnementale verte, Global Environment Facility, the GEF, en août. Et une des choses qu'on va faire, on va essayer d'organiser une réunion de la communauté de pratique côté ouest, un des jours de l'événement, et le ministre va essayer de s'asseoir avec quelques représentants du secteur privé pour en discuter quelles sont les possibilités, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire comme gouvernement du Canada pour donner des incitatifs, pour aider au secteur privé d'investir dans les solutions fondées sur la nature, dans le changement climatique, l'aspect idéalement adaptation, pas tellement mitigation, atténuation, parce que c'est clair comment et pourquoi, et la biodiversité. Et là, ça peut aller, et j'espère que ça va aller à une discussion des liens avec des instruments du secteur privé, financement, assurance. Il y en a des choses où il y a déjà des chaînes de valeur établies où c'est une porte d'entrée assez facile comparé à, par exemple, si on essaie d'investir dans des programmes de régénération en attendant des crédits pour la biodiversité où il n'y a pas de marché, il n'y a pas une offre internationale en ce moment-ci pour des crédits de biodiversité. Alors, j'avais l'impression qu'il y avait un intérêt au sein de quelques membres de la communauté de pratique et on va essayer de l'explorer en août et de l'enregistrer si on peut. Il y a toujours des défis logistiques là-dessus. Yeah, online?
So the question that we have online is in twofold, sort of. So the person has said, how can we centralize and continually update knowledge on best practices regarding 1, processes, and 2, results for facilitating adoption of nature-based solutions? So on the question of process, what are the best practices for engaging with communities to identify optimal regenerative agricultural practices for particular crops and agroecologies? And then on results, tracking the optimal regenerative agricultural practices. So what are the best practices for tracking the optimal regenerative agricultural practices for particular crops and agroecologies, and evolving this as we continue to learn?
Thank you. With the first question, I was looking at Veronica. We've got now a community of practice website. We also have the pre-existing Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative, which includes access to key knowledge resources. So I think we've got 2 different venues, or 2 parallel venues, for centralizing information if that exists. The question is, does it exist? And is it in a format that's available? With respect to the second question, I think it's a great suggestion. And really what's fantastic about this conversation right now is we're putting out the demand side of what the community of practice needs to focus on. The one thing, just to facilitate things, to say is we don't need to have the luxurious, executive class infrastructure of AKFC to actually meet as a community of practice. We could set up follow-on meetings on this last issue, invite people who may have ideas, who would like to discuss. We had a similar conversation following the presentation by our very enthusiastic colleague at the IUCN on STAR, and STAR, right? Yeah, let's set up an online discussion, invite everybody who wants to come, and give him an hour and a half to just answer questions. I think that's a way we could easily, once we've identified key issues, follow on using this community of practice. On that point, in case some of you didn't get the email that we sent out in the existing mailing list, if you're interested in being a member of the community of practice and you're not yet a member of the community of practice, please send an email to, is it Partners at Climate, which you can also see in the website, just indicating you want to be part of the community of practice, giving us your contact information, and then if you're willing to be listed, if your organization is willing to be listed on the website, please let us know, and IISD will be updating that as we go on. Anyway, I didn't want to bring the conversation to an end, but Emily, how am I doing on time? Okay. Okay, we have 4 more minutes for in-depth, profound conversations. So, as with all of these conversations, this is only one venue. We've got the Partners at Climate email. We now have the website. IISD has, in the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative, a let us know what you think, contact us box. There are a variety of ways you can convey your suggestions, your comments, anything you would like, and we will be doing our best to accommodate those and look for opportunities. And if you have an offer, if you would like to offer your insights, your knowledge, your organization's experiences, and create an opportunity to bring the community of practice together, first of all, you don't need us to do it, but please let us know because we'd like to join. But also let us know, and we'll try to get a sense of what's the supply, what's the demand, and match things up. Are there any other questions, comments? Okay. Do you want to say anything in closing, or should we hand over to... Oh, please.
Hi, I have 2 questions, if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
My first question, I'm just trying to articulate it. I'm wondering where a lot of our discussion today falls within the nexus, the humanitarian development nexus. Because as you can see, in a lot of countries or places in the world, climate disasters or natural disasters are going to be reoccurring. There was a cyclone recently, it hit India. I think it just escaped Pakistan. But as you know, Pakistan last year faced catastrophic floods. And so I think DRR, is such a main component for any type of development work or any type of work that's going to be happening. But essentially, I'm wondering, does Global Affairs Canada kind of look at this when they're reviewing proposals, let's say, that DRR element, and how, some of that immediate relief can combine with the long-term climate adaptation work that needs to be done as well? That's one question. Second question, I just thought of this. Have you heard of biomimicry? I'm wondering, does that term get thrown around in our industry, in our field? Is there an overlap in any way? I'm wondering, are there synergies there? I don't know if that's maybe outside of our context, and that's more maybe engineering specific, but I'm wondering, looking to nature for the solutions that we're looking for, is that something we consider in our industry? Thank you.
I don't know if any of the specialists in the room want to tackle either the humanitarian nexus or biomimicry. The one thing I can say in terms of biomimicry is the green-gray infrastructure discussion very much tries to take a look at what are the infrastructure services provided by nature, and then what mix can we do of nature-based solutions and formal gray infrastructure to provide those. There's a lot of it in watershed management, but increasingly, for example, in dealing with heat, which relates to the humanitarian nexus, because we talk about droughts and floods, but in fact there have been devastating heat waves, and those are disasters in and of themselves. Luckily, a lot of nature-based solutions can start to tackle, urban heat centers and things like that. I'll look to the specialists, but the one thing I can say is I know there are conversations ongoing internally within Global Affairs Canada, looking at the nexus. Our environment specialists are very much involved there. I don't know, I think it's a stay tuned. It's also an issue that has come up as an area of interest in the community of practice, and in fact, was raised in a number of proposals for Partnering for Climate, where partners were dealing with conflict and danger zones and trying to integrate nature-based solutions there, but also from a risk mitigation perspective, if they're establishing nature-based solutions, so for example, a forestry plantation in a region that's susceptible to in-migration as a result of conflict or disaster, how do they then deal with protecting that area while also respecting the rights of people who are trying to live under these circumstances? Mm-hmm.
I have a question online. It says, is there a role in this COP for linking with advocacy and awareness raising for climate change mitigation and meeting our, that's Canadian and global net zero targets? At the time when many P4C proposals were being written in the fall of 2022, Hurricane Ian and Fiona were devastating the eastern seaboard of the US and Canada, snapping old-growth tree stands and eroding sand dunes. What do these type of events, occurring with increasing magnitude, intensity, and frequency all around the world, mean for our potential restoration and rewilding efforts? And how can we link some of this messaging to the importance of our mitigation efforts? That's it.
I'm going to hand this to Celine.
Yeah, he hands the mic to me, and then I'm going to hand it back to him in a second. But no, I mean that's a really good question. The community of practice is, came about because of the Partnering for Climate initiative. It is, of course, beyond that, but there is a thematic kind of focus to try to make it as useful as possible working in this space. But the point about what's going on at home and how it links to what's going on abroad. I actually asked a question that was not quite this, but similar to a senior manager at our department in a town hall recently, and that is, how are we seen at international tables? I mean, we're making contributions through international assistance on climate change, but we also are part of the problem of climate change. So how, what are those conversations at the international level? What is the perception of Canada in those spaces? So, and it's not an easy answer because it's a complicated answer. But I would say, you know, whoever asked that question, you know, you can get in touch with us, and we'll, you know, we can explore that. But the community of practice, it does have a rather specific focus. But the more that we do, the more that we learn. If we're bringing in things that we learn from abroad to Canada, I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be a one-way. In fact, it shouldn't be a one-way conversation. We can, you know, apply things in Canada if there are people who can then take those to, you know, those lessons to networks that they're in a different context, then that's a win-win. And Kerry will say something even better than that. No? Okay. Oh, look at that. Was there anything else? Or?
This is on. I just had a question, just I think in connection with what she was saying. In COP27, the term loss and damage was used extensively, and I know that there was funding or something that would be done. I don't know if the government of Canada is involved or not, but I think as GAC is starting to look into these DRR and other initiatives, I wonder if loss and damage could be that one area where we could potentially, within this sector, we could potentially jump in as an opportunity, because again, it's one of those things that no matter what we do, there might be certain communities, certain villages that will still suffer, right? Whether we do an adaptation or we're not able to do an adaptation, those climate impacts will still occur. So just another, not really a question, but just putting it out there. Loss and damage was big, so I'm curious to hear from,
Yeah, thank you, and I fully agree. I think the point is, and it links to the mitigation as well, because none of these nature-based solutions, while they're doing adaptation and resiliency, they're still having an impact on carbon sequestration, usually. So there's some mitigation. They're just mitigating the carbon emissions in countries that have virtually no emissions relative to the rest of us. But loss and damage really is an issue. I think it will continue to be a big issue. And nature-based solutions is definitely going to be positioned as one of the ways of addressing that. It's incredibly politically complex, and luckily it's our Environment and Climate Change Canada colleagues that are dealing with those negotiations. But we are linking to them, and they're very much aware. And this speaks to what Celine said about this community of practice was an international community of practice. We're trying to pull in and benefit from and support Canadian experience and solutions as much as possible, as we are focusing on the South. And as members of national Indigenous organizations come on board as well, I think we'll be tapping into a lot of Indigenous knowledge and experience in Canada that will have some very interesting lessons to apply broadly. Okay, well, I think there's more coffee out there, but I was there. Did you guys have one last sort of closing thing, or am I closing? Okay, we're closing. So thank you all very much for staying, firstly. I mean, we actually didn't lose too many people over lunch. Very much appreciate the two-way conversation. And as I said, you've got lots of opportunities to continue to share your views and contribute to, participate in the community of practice. The vision was really this was a co-created, co-owned enterprise. So any of you who would like to take the initiative or who are aware of any events, that's another thing that NCAI and the website are committing to doing, and we're trying to do on even our Partnering for Climate website. Anything that comes up that you think would be valuable to address these questions to help promote other sources of information, please feel free to share them. Et je ne sais pas si vous avez mentionné, mais le note de brefage sur la biodiversité que vous avez fait sera disponible en français dans quelques semaines ou 3 semaines? OK, 3 semaines. Et n'oubliez pas que le cours en ligne de formation des services écosystémiques, Eco-Based Approaches, alors le cours en termes de meilleures pratiques en solutions fondées sur la nature, est gratuit et disponible. Vous pouvez le prendre à votre rythme, merci. Alors, on vous encourage à l'explorer. C'est une bonne manière d'établir la base de connaissances et de le partager avec vos collègues, vos amis, votre famille. I'll just finish off with there's a colleague here who is in the grants and contributions renewal team who got in touch with me and said, I see you're having this event. Can I come? because it's not really my mandate. And as Celine said in a conversation we had with senior management recently, the message was, well, we will do the very best we can within the Government of Canada to integrate our climate change adaptation and mitigation commitment across everything we're doing. It's an OECD DAC commitment. All donors have to align their development with Paris Agreement. So this belongs to everyone, this agenda. Alors, merci à tous et toutes. Thank you very much, and enjoy the coffee.